Call to order. Can I get roll call, please?
Councilmember Mario Buchanan Jr., Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Ponce, Councilmember Jose Ponce,
Jose, are you there?
Councilmember Ponce, can you hear us?
He's there. He's cleaning.
He's busy cleaning, but he's there.
Councilmember Matias Rosales,
Present.
Councilmember Gloria Torres,
Present.
Vice Mayor Maria Cecilia Cruz,
Present.
Mayor Gerardo Sanchez.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to go into item number 2B.
So move, Mayor. Gloria Torres.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second to proceed with item number 2B. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those against? Motion carries. Okay, our first presentation. Well, before we start, I would like to have council, like I said yesterday, as traditions started, we want a message from each council member in regards to the budget. I know it's always every year, so por favor, I would like to entertain now that each council member give a brief statement in regards to this year's budget and what they see and what would they want to see in the future for the city of San Luis. So, Councilmember Matias, you're first in my.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Just want to say thank you to everybody for working hard to get this done, especially IT. I know there's so many options and so many inputs, but it looks like we had a good system workout yesterday, so it looks like today's going to be another great day for the budget to be done online for the first time. In regards to the city, I know we're going into some tough times. It's kind of too soon to see how bad or how positive or negative it's going to be affected with all this stuff is going. So like we mentioned yesterday, we got to be conservative, but also make sure we provide the needs that city residents are going to be needing for the city's growth. So I know there's a lot of hard work. We're understaffed, especially right now with everything being down. But, you know, just put our minds together, work as a team. And on our end, you know, after this budget gets reviewed and see what we could do, hopefully we're able to find something that works for everybody and allows us to do what we need to do. So thank you, staff, for everything you guys have done.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Matias. Appreciate it. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco, a message, please.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to thank, all city staff in general, but in this case, all the department heads that are present for their leadership and guidance in running all the key departments within our city, because without their functions, we wouldn't be able to provide our citizens with the goods and services that we are here to provide our citizens with. And second of all, I'd like to emphasize what the mayor said last night and what Matias also just mentioned about our country, our city going through these times of uncertainty. And so we don't know what direction our budget will be going. So we need to be conscientious. We need to be conservative in the way we budget for the next year. But I have no doubt that we will come out of this, because we always have. We have always been able to work as a team, department heads from city employees and council as well. We've always, in my perspective, we've always been a good team. We might not always have the same ideas or think the same, but in the end, I think it all works out. And just wish everybody be safe and be well. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Africa. Let's see here, who is next? Vice Mayor, you're next on my video. Please, some words. Your microphone is not on? There we go.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute and mute. I just want to thank everybody as we're united one more year, planning for the future, which is our job. And of course, staff has done an excellent job, every single department, and we just want to continue doing what's best. Yes, we might have to, look deep into the numbers, but I think this budget retreat, it looks like it's going to be an easy process because it's not millions and millions of dollars. It's a more reasonable and budget that, hopefully we can work through really quickly. So I just want to thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Ponce, any comments? Please, comments.
Yes, sir. Well, I'd like to thank everybody also. The staff, the employees also. And then I'd like to echo what Councilmember Africa Luna says, that especially at this time of COVID-19 problem, we need to, if we want to be victorious, we need to stay together, pull out the problem together. And also, my main concern, I don't have nothing on priority for the city. The whole entire community is my priority. Thank everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ponce. Councilwoman Gloria Torres, any words from you?
Yes, I'm short. I want to thank you, everybody, especially IT. I know this is a hard time for them. We're giving them a very hard time. And but special thanks to everybody on the council and employees that they put effort and doing their job, especially in this time of this time del año that que tenemos muy mal tiempo. Pero I want to thank you and keep it up. And I know that the budget is going to be very hard, and we have to be conservative in our expenses, and we know they're going to do through this. And I want to thank you, the council, because I know that, like Africa says, that we have a difference and an opinion, but at the end, we're still together. And I want to bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That was it. Mario's not here. Okay. My message to staff at this point in time is that we need to stay safe. We need, I'm very grateful for Monica and all the different departments, because I believe in a period of 2 weeks, things had to be changed. COVID-19 was not in our budget. But now, fortunately, it is there. It is a reality. And like you mentioned, Monica, yesterday, running a lean budget has always happened in the city of San Luis. We've had some expenditures, extra expenditures, but not overwhelming to the point where I can say right now we're in really bad financial situations right now. But that could change in 6 months. That can change in 3 months. But that's why at this point in time of crisis, we need leaders. We need people who are going to make the tough decisions. We need staff. We need the section heads. We need council members, staff. At this point in time, when people are afraid for their health, afraid for their well-being, afraid for how are they going to provide for their families. A lot of people have been unemployed. A lot of people have been, their hours have been cut, including myself. And so it is tough for everyone. And we've been blessed. The city, because of our efforts over the years, we have saved money. We have run a lean budget throughout the years. No one can pinpoint, I can tell you right now, no one can pinpoint somewhere in our budget where it's not in our budget or where over expenditures are occurring and such. And the thing is, I'm very grateful for staff. I am very grateful for administration, for Tadeo, for Ralph. I'm very grateful for your expertise and your opinions. I'm very grateful for council. Yes, we may have difference of opinions, but at the end of the day, our focus has always been the city of San Luis. We do this for the benefit of the city of San Luis. We have no personal agendas. We have no power trip or we're gonna do something because I want to. No, it's all about city comes first. City comes first, and we are servants for the city of San Luis. I've been very fortunate to have given the opportunity to be mayor now for almost 10 years, and it's a blessing. At the same time, I've reflected over the years, and I've lost most of my hair, but it's good. It's something that occurs and that occurred when I first started. My hair was very black, and ahora no hay casi, so that's the way it is. It's something you give for your country. It's something you do for your community. San Luis is my community, is our community. Right now, it needs us. It needs us to be leaders. Even though we might be afraid for our health, we might be afraid of not being certain what's in the future. But I can tell you right now, we are strong. We're going to go through this, and I have faith. Day in, day out, the city, their staff, council has proven we can make it, and we're going to go through this. My message to you, staff, is gracias por todo el trabajo, el sacrificio que hacen todos los días. People don't realize. People just think just because you work for the city, you have it easy. No. These days will test us. These days will test our financial stability. It will test every single one of us. And you have proven day in, day out that you are leaders. And for that, I am very grateful. Council, muchísimas gracias por lo que hacen. People don't realize how much you guys work. And I am very grateful every day. Grateful we have strong government. We have people with strong opinions and that want to do best, want to do well for the city of San Luis. And so, gracias. And special thanks to IT. I had to say IT. Primero, I was a little, see how they're going to do it, pero lo han hecho muy bien. Gracias. And for those staff members, the section heads who are in the chamber, muchísimas gracias for coming out, for being there. You are essential. You are essential. Your jobs are so essential for the function of the city. And I am very grateful. I'm very thankful. And it's very important that we all keep safe first and foremost, but we need you guys. Stay healthy, por favor. Thank you. We are going to go with our first presentation. I think it was IT.
IT, tab number 25.
Tab number 25. Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This is Derek Dueñas, IT Manager.
Good morning, Derek.
Our goals for the upcoming fiscal year is to replace obsolete technology, increase cybersecurity, increase quality of service, and to plan for future growth. One of the things that we are asking for is to replace our phone system. It is over 7 years old and has already started to fail. It is obsolete and it is no longer supported by the manufacturer. This affects every department, including our public safety department. To put things into perspective, if our system breaks down, right now, it will take us weeks to get the new system operational. We can't afford to be without phones. We're also requesting a network administrator. The main responsibilities of this position is to monitor traffic on our network and protect our network from outside threats. Every IT project requires networking services, and it would be more feasible to have our own network administrator than to continue outsourcing. We are requesting funds to do our maintenance of computer systems. This is for equipment over 5 years of life. The cost also includes licensing and additional computers to be used as spares or for training purposes. Another project that we have is to run our own fiber optic cable from our youth center to City Hall. The plan is for the city to own its own fiber instead of leasing the service. This would result in reduction of service cost and an increase in bandwidth for our Parks and Rec departments.
Excellent.
I also added a project to install a voting system for our council chambers. This is something that I've been asked before on several occasions, and I thought it would be a good idea to include it as one of our projects. Another project is to replace our video recorders at our Parks and Rec buildings. The project is for a video server and recording software. We are also requesting to replace our time clock machines, which are used by our employees to punch in and out. We're in the process of upgrading our time attendance software, and our current machines will not be supported. That's my whole presentation. I try to shorten in the time on it. If there are any questions from council.
Derek, I have one question first and foremost. You didn't order for a vehicle this year. What's up with that?
Well, in light of the pandemic right now, I think we should hold off on it another year.
Very good, very good. See, mira, there you go, Derek. I thought you were going to ask for the State of the Union, the state-of-the-art van with wideband, the whole works. So good job, good job. Your projects are very, I think, very essential, especially the changing of our computers, some of our computers, and especially our phone system. I have a question for you, Derek. Last year, you did mention the phone system. Were there improvements? Didn't we do some improvements to their phone? Is that obsolete already?
Our current phone system is obsolete. I want to say there's the 50% of our phone system has already failed or started to fail. So what we're doing, we're relying on our network to make phone calls, which what that means if let's say our youth center or cultural center, their system already failed. So if there's no network or there's a network issue, they won't be able to dial in or call out. And that would include 911 calls as well. So it is a big concern.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's a must. Our phone systems have to be up to date and make sure they're workable and they're functional at the point in time. Now, when you mentioned the fiber optic, is that a closed system? Would that be a closed system within the city, or how would that work?
So we've been talking to our public department and public works department and Parks and Rec. It is something that we can do in-house. We would pretty much run conduit from building to building and be able to run our own fiber optic cable. We would own it. We would be able to continue to add more fiber optic in case the city needs to grow.
I think that's thinking ahead, and that's the future right there. And fiber optics has always been ahead, and so no, that's interesting. That's a good concept. And I know for the amount of people that actually do we service in the rec center, and all the different, I mean, we're talking about thousands of kids who use our facilities. And I think excellent observation, Derek. I will now open the floor to any questions from council. Councilor Matias, any comments, questions, or concerns?
No, sir. No,
Thank
sir.
you. Africa Luna Carrasco, questions, concerns?
No question, no concern, just can't let this moment pass without thanking IT. I forgot to do so earlier, but nonetheless, I'm very grateful for everything they've done, and they always do it with a big, huge smile on their face. Thank you.
Good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any questions or concerns?
Yes, Mayor, I think my greatest concern and priority for IT would probably be the phone system replacement. As Derek said, it's already starting to fail, and that's a big no-no, so that would be top on my list for IT.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ponce, comments, concerns, or questions?
Yes, I'd like to thank Derek. I mean, doing an outstanding job. And I like what he says about the not requesting a vehicle. Also, I'd like to see in the future more security cameras in the buildings, especially in some areas in of the city that to prevent vandalism. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ponce, and I agree. I totally forgot about the camera system. We need to make sure that we have proper security, proper video. So excellent observation, Councilmember Ponce. Gloria Torres, Councilwoman. Questions or comments? Your microphone's on, Gloria. I mean, it's off.
God, yes.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I just, this is just a comment, and I want to know if we can, we should give to IT the tools necessary for especially for this, like this is happening right now. And let me tell you why I should make this comment is because my grandkids are having classes with a teacher, and they see each other. All the 15 kids that she has, they do it on the screen, and this will be the same that we should do right now. Like, we're seeing each other, but the employees can do the same thing. I mean, the kids are 15, 20 kids, and the teacher are seeing each other, and they talking each other with the teacher and doing the classes. So we should give the IT the tools necessary so they can do the same thing like the school are doing. And I know that they're doing a good job, but we should have the tools necessary.
Very good, very good, very good observation, Councilmember Torres. Let's see here, Tadeo, any comments, concerns?
No, I agree with Councilmember Torres that we need to equip our IT department. Is the software and IT equipment is the backbone of our institution, and most of the requests are being recommended for approval to include the position, as you can see in the schedule before you. So, and I am also very grateful because I've been a bit pushy this last 3-4 weeks when we started these virtual meetings, to have them run as smooth as possible, and then they have been able to do it, and they have a great team, and their hard work and teamwork pays off, and I think it's showing today that we're having this unprecedented virtual budget retreat. So thank you, IT.
Thank you so much, Tadeo. Derek, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, Mayor, but I also wanted to make a comment. I just want to make a comment that I am in support of going into phase 3 of the salary adjustments. I think it is very important to get our employees to at least 90% of their starting pay. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, and it really makes a difference. It's very important that your section heads comment on that because we want to hear it also. I know we're in crisis, but I think we can do something about it. We can actually work with it, but we need support from section heads. So thank you, Derek. So noted, please.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Please proceed, Vice.
I really appreciate what Derek just did. That is leadership that I really appreciate because sometimes we're fearful to say something, thinking that they're going to get retaliation or something. But thank you so much, Derek, for standing up and speaking up for your, for staff, for everyone in regards to the Phase 3 salary adjustment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are you ready for our next presentation?
Yes. that
Thank you,
would be-
Derek.
That would be the Office of the City Clerk, Ms. Sonia Cornelio, tab number 9.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning, Sonia.
Okay,
Good morning,
well,
Sonia.
my presentation is very short, and I would like to start by saying that the city clerk's office continues to be a two-staff department. And together, we have been able to accomplish 5 of our major goals, which is the continuance of awareness of records management and the submission of the 5-year essential records listing to the Arizona State Library Archives and Public Records. This list is the listing of the records necessary to continue the operations during and following a disaster. This is something that the state required of all municipalities back in 2014. So this is our second submission of the 5-year essential records listing. We have also, we were able to complete the 2 Purge Fridays of records management. By doing this, the departments dedicate their time those 2 Fridays just to work on records, and this is time that it's being concentrated just for this task. It's being away from the phones and from the public when we're open Monday to Thursday, so we dedicate those 2 Fridays just to work on records management. Also, we had the special election for the question on the primary property tax with the help of the Yuma County Elections Department that took place on May 21st, 2019. My office also received 93 public records requests, and they were fulfilled to its entirety. And there were 42 council meetings held during last fiscal year. With that, now I move on to the department's request, which is 2. I'm requesting for the 6th year a records coordinator. This position will be housed in the city clerk's department, but it will be a liaison to all records coordinators for each department throughout the city. This position, if approved, will continue to maintain the records management program in the city in an efficient and effective manner. The salary is approximately $48,600, and I believe that this position is vital in the management of records to fulfill legal requirements and to convey organizational and management benefits. My second request, even though IT did not request a vehicle, my department is requesting a vehicle. This is for the replacement of a 2005 Taurus that it's not reliable to be driven more than 30 miles, And we have been having a lot of issues with the AC, which is constantly breaking, and the car suffers from minor mechanical issues.
Minor, oh my God, okay.
And that is the end of my presentation. And like Derek mentioned early, I also support the third phase of the salary adjustment. I understand the crisis that the city is going through, but I think it's very important that we bring our staff to be at the 90% level where they should be. And there are still a lot of staff members that are underpaid. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Sonia. I'll start with the comment and observation. And as you mentioned, it's been 6 years since you've asked for that position, for that coordinator. Part of history, part of our documented history is very important. In my opinion, that position is an essential one, because for 6 years we've been working. It's a 2 staff for the whole city. No, it is not acceptable. I remember very well when I became council member, and we found so many records full of termites in the old water system. This is the history of the city of San Luis. People don't realize how important the history of it is. These were documented that I guess no one knew where they were. And it's not because of you, Sonia. Let me be very clear. Have been working, your department has been working very hard in trying to correct and try to upgrade and try to remove and actually convert them to digital. And it's just amazing what you've done. But I don't want to be blamed for having our history, our government, our ordinance unorganized, and this is the history for our children. So it would be a very wise investment if we actually got a third person for your department. So Sonia, and thank you for supporting your staff in regards to the salaries. It tells you a lot. It tells a lot that the section heads are really taking care of their employees. I thank you for it. And that Equinox, okay, well, we'll work on that one. Matias, any comments, questions, or concerns?
No, I think that's fine. I mean, I agree with her. We need to get that done, and maybe we could get him one of those little hybrid little cars. ¿Cómo se llaman?
Chiquitos, mini.
The smart cars.
There you go, little smart car, para que.
Hey, ahorita, they're hot commodities ahorita. Okay, so.
Thank you so much for everything you guys do and keeping us in order and make sure we're following the law and not getting arrested or anything. So thank you, Sonia.
Don't imply that, council member. No, thank you. Council member Africa Luna Carrasco, please.
No comments. Thank you, Sonia, for all you do.
Thank you.
And your staff, and your one-man staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good one. Vice Mayor, comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Mayor, I'd just like to, yes, we appreciate everything that Sonia's department does. Keeping records is very, very important. We need to make sure that every document is accounted for, and whenever something is recalled or requested, that it can be pulled out. And it should be in pristine state, not in full of termites, as the mayor says. But so thank you to Sonia for keeping that in order. And my priority for this department would be hiring that position that she is requesting. So that would be my top priority. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ponce, any your comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Mayor. I just want like to thank Sonia also, and she's for her great and outstanding job. And I think that the request she's asking, I think it's pretty fair. So thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good observation, Conce. Councilmember Torres, questions, concerns?
Yes, I have a question for Sonia. Is a bicycle of three wheels, it will be proper for you instead of the car?
We prefer the
No,
vehicle.
Sonia, no, I know that you deserve it, and this is to all car. And I want to thank you. You're the first person that when we need something, you are on top of it. And you and Melissa are best. And thank you for all the good job that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And forget about the bicycle.
Sonia, thank you, Councilmember Torres. Sonia, gracias por todo lo que haces, de veras. It really makes a big difference. And I know it's been challenging. And so thank you for keeping your presentation short and to the point and very effective. And the emphasis on that 6 years really dug in very, very well. So noted. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, who's our next participant, Adeo?
Fire Department, tab number 23.
Good morning.
morning, Chief.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Let me wait until my PowerPoint comes up. As you can see, this year has been, a very trying year for us, especially since March when, this pandemic hit. I think Monica alluded yesterday that all our PowerPoints, all our requests were submitted before this pandemic came about. I do agree that phase 3 should be if we can implement it, it should be implemented if we can do it. I think our employees should be compensated. But I also think that we need to work in a collaborative effort amongst all city employees, department heads, city council, everybody because we know something's going to happen here in the next 5-6 months, like Monica was saying. With that being said, I'm going to give you a little overview about the fire department. Our fire department in the general fund, we have, or in the fire administration, we have the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, a fire inspector, an administrative coordinator, and an office assistant. If you see the asterisks besides the fire chief, assistant fire chief, and an administrative coordinator, our salaries, or those salaries, are paid 50% from the general fund and 50% from the enterprise fund. Also in the fire suppression, we have 30 personnel in it, 6 captains, 5 engineers. We have 1 vacant position in the engineers. We were gonna fill it, but with this pandemic that started, we kind of held off on all the trainings and all our promotions for now. We have 18 firefighters. Out of those 30 personnel in the general fund, 22 are paramedics, and I'll get more into the paramedic side of it. If you see an asterisk next to the 6 captains, that means that 50% of their salaries is being paid by the general fund and 50% is paid by the enterprise fund. Frontline units that we have a 1 engine, 1 ladder, which is a telesquirt. We have engine 2, which backfills either the engine or the ladder in case that we need to put it out of service for whatever reason, because maintenance or anything. We put engine 2 as a replacement. We have San Luis Rescue 1, and that's the unit you see that responds to the prison, to Avenue F, and also to the port of entry, because it's a rapid response. And if that, for some reason, needs maintenance or anything, we put in our special ops unit in place. Last year, we had 132 calls for fire. We had 3,684 EMS calls, 9 hazmat calls, 32 mutual aids, and a mutual aid is when either San Luis, Mexico or Somerton asks us for our assistance, or the city of Yuma. We had 759 public assist. Our total calls for service was 4,616, and it was an increase of 454 calls for service just in our last year. That is just our fiscal 2021 that Monica sent us was going to be our total budget for the general fund was $3.2 million. Most of our budget has stayed the same. We really haven't been asking for a lot in this year's budget. But with the increase in EMS calls, mutual aid calls, fire calls, we're trying to provide the best service to all our residents, and our biggest issue or our biggest thing is we need to protect our firefighters. I know, Mayor, you've been very instrumental in telling us that we need to get all the PPE that we need, because, you know, if we really don't want to have either a quarantine of our firefighters of 2, 3, or 4. We know that we have transported patients that have been tested positive for the virus, and one of the things that I've passed along to our personnel is that our PPE helps. Wearing your PPE helps. That is the biggest dangers that we're facing right now, is, you know, making sure that we have enough PPE, which we have. I can say we have enough for the next maybe 2.5, maybe 3 months. Some of our projects that we're going to be asking, we're going to be asking for a command vehicle for the assistant chief, stipends for the paramedics, a fire station on the east side, a substation on the east side, and the last item there is a fill station. I'll talk about it a little bit more. That was an after-the-fact addition before we submitted our CIP projects to Monica. So I'll talk about it a little bit when that slide comes up. The first project I'm going to talk is our assistant fire chief vehicle. As you know, he's right now, he's in charge of operations. Any calls after hours or any calls that they need us, he responds. We both respond. There's been times, and it's a funny story, but there's been a couple times where he calls me up, and the last time I had to pick him up on the side of the road on Highway 95 and Avenue H. And this came in on a recommendation from our shop manager. He actually, his exact words was, "You need to get rid of that vehicle." So that's why we're asking for it. I know I saw it on our CIPs that it's not listed there, so I don't know if you guys have any other ideas. But as you can see, it's been with us since 2006. It's a frontline unit. It has 181,000 miles, and you know it'll do. We can, like I said, we can work with what we have now. I know we need to have, like, I think the word was have a lean budget, and I don't mind. We're all this is a collaborative effort. Last year we talked about stipends for our paramedics, and at the end of my presentation I will talk about more on what paramedics do. I don't know if you guys have an idea. I know you guys have been hearing for the past years and years, paramedics. Well, right now we need every single one of them, especially what we're going through. We don't know how long this is going to last, but last year we talked about having an increase in the stipend pay for paramedics, and I proposed, and this would be the cap, this would be where we were going to stop. We said that we were going to do it in phases. We did a little phase last year, and we were going to do another phase this year. I proposed 75 cents. That is what we're trying to be competitive with other departments in Yuma County. And And I can tell you that we've lost, in the last 2 years, we've only lost one firefighter to another agency, which before we had been losing 5, 6 firefighters a year to other municipalities around the state and in Yuma County. So that's a tribute to your guys' hard work of making sure that people that we train, we keep. And we've only lost one person in the last 2 years, which is good. Here's our biggest project that we have. This year we had our annual or our audit for our ambulance and our fire department, and we got a clean bill record. They actually extended our CON for another 3 years. DHS can either do it yearly, or if we're doing great, they can do it for 3 years. We got it for 3 years, but one of their concerns was our response times, especially to the east area. We're saying that 90% of the time we're gonna be at somebody's residence once they call 911 in 5 minutes. And as you know, from where we're at now to the east area, we won't be meeting those times. We're not gonna get there in 5 minutes. So we have been talking to, we talked to City of Yuma Fire Department to see how they did it when they opened up Station 5. And one of the things that they did is they actually bought a house in their area. And that's what we're planning on doing, purchasing a house. Our biggest need is we just need a structure. We have the personnel, we have the equipment, we have everything. All we need is a structure. We need a place that we can house them. This is not a permanent fire station. It's just, if we can build a house, we can purchase a home out in the east area, we can move 5 firefighters, I still haven't thought, 5 or 7 of our firefighters to the east side so they can respond to any incidents out in the east side, and they also will be responding if there's need to the city. It will not create any delay. It's actually going to be better for us if we do that. But what I'm stressing to you, council, and what I have told our city manager and Monica is it's not going to cost us more in firefighters because we have the firefighters to move. We have the equipment. So all we need is a structure to house them. And if we go with the house and we were there for 2 or 3 years, I don't know, until we can build the fire station that we're talking about with Louis and Parks in that area that we might develop, we can turn around and sell that home. And, you know, if we could make any equity on it, or it's not going to be a total loss. It's actually going to be an improvement. So that's something to think about. I think it's very doable, and we'll have a presence on our east side immediately. This is the fill station that I talked about. As you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, this year we purchased 7 brand new cardiac monitors. We had gotten a quote last year for $300,000 for those cardiac monitors. When we went to purchase them, the quote came back for $250,000. So we had a savings of $50,000. One of the issues that we've been running into this fill station is, and the fill station is what puts air in our SCBA bottles, which we use for fires, for any confined space rescues, for anytime we use our air bottles, that's what we fill them up. What happened with this fill station is, I've been with the city almost 17 years. That fill station has been here before I was with the city. It was meant to fill our bottles there were 2,200 PSI. About 5 years ago, we went to a different manufacturer of our SCBAs, which now requires them to be filled at 4,500 PSI. So with that being said, we can't fill them up to capacity. So now if we have a firefighter with only 80%, 85% of their bottle, that could be an issue. Now, we had talked to Monica, we were gonna use that, those $50,000 to purchase that fill station, but when all this pandemic hit, we talked to the vendor, and he said, I can't have that fill station delivered to your facility by June 30th. And he stresses, there's no way. So that's why when we had submitted these our CIPs to finance, we didn't include it because he had said we can't have it here by June 30th, but once this hit, he told us that he couldn't. That's why I asked Monica if I can add it into an after the fact, and she said add it and see what happens. That's why I don't know if during all our preliminary talks, we didn't talk about this this actual fill station. But this fill station also isn't something that we need for our SCBA's. We can actually use if push comes to shove, where let's say there's no N95 mask and this pandemic goes for the next year or so, we can actually put our firefighters with their masks and their SCBA's and actually treat some of the patients that might have the virus. So it can work for any, it's something we can use, but this is as a last resort. That's why we would like to see if we can purchase it on our next fiscal, because this is a need that we have. Our goal is always going to be to train and recruit the best firefighters around. We are committed to bringing and sending our personnel to trainings. And when you guys hired me as the fire chief, one of the biggest things that I told you was that I wanted to train and I wanted to maintain our personnel here. You guys are investing, we are investing a lot of money in them for somebody else to take when they leave. But we are training, we are sending them out to training, which I'm gonna, at the end of my PowerPoint presentation, I wrote some notes that I hadn't put in my PowerPoint that I'm gonna share with you. But San Luis is getting put on the map because, or our City of San Luis Fire Department, because a lot of our firefighters are going to trainings and they're training with, bigger departments, Tucson, Phoenix, Mesa, and it's actually good to see that people are recognizing what a great fire department we have here in San Luis. One of the things that they ask is, you guys have 80% of your staff is paramedics, and they can't believe it, but that's a tribute to, or of you guys making that commitment to us. Now I'm going to go into the ambulance fund. The ambulance fund, again, it has a fire chief, assistant fire chief, administrative coordinator, 6 captains, 12 firefighters. Out of those 12 firefighters, 11 are paramedics. We have 7 part-time employees. Right now, we only have 3. We're trying to hire the other 4. There's 4 vacant part-time positions. And the ones you have an asterisk, those get paid by the ambulance and the general fund. It's a 50-50 split. Last year, as you can see, EMS responses, we had 3,684. And we transferred about 3,100 calls last year. Those are just the salaries from the general, I didn't change the last part. The ambulance fund is about $2.3 million. Right now, we made a promise to you last year. In October, we finally were able to operate 3 paramedic ambulances in San Luis. So every single day, there's 3 ambulances in San Luis that are transporting our residents or even helping with mutual aid with Somerton. Every single unit in the city, every single one has a paramedic on board. Every single one. So if you see any vehicle driving around the city, there's a paramedic on board. We have 2 reserve ambulances. In case one of these needs any maintenance or it breaks down, we can put them in. But those ambulances they've had their miles on them. We actually purchased them from the city of LA about 5-6 years ago, and they were going to get put in their impound lot because they weren't going to use them anymore. But we just use those just in case we have to have any maintenance on any of these 3 units. These ambulances they're putting about 50,000 miles a year. Last year, I think I said they were putting 70,000, but last year we only had 2 ambulances. There's our 3rd ambulance, which brought down the wear and tear, but still 50,000 miles a year, on a vehicle, especially that heavy, it's a strain. That's why you'll see, by the time if we purchase another one, by the time we get it here, it takes about 6-7 months. those vehicles are going to be close to 100,000 miles. What I'm asking is for a purchase of a new ambulance. That ambulance costs about $211,000, and that's equipped with the power load, power gurney. I really believe bringing in a new ambulance, so one of those, the San Luis Medic 3, will go down to our backup unit. So once we have 3 frontline units, we will have our 3 brand new ambulances running on full capacity. And if we need to put one out of service, we still have a very good ambulance that would replace it just for the time being. Again, like you saw in the general fund, is stipends for the paramedics. Again, we put 75-cent increase in their stipend, and that's going to be capped at that. Like next year, you're not going to see like, oh, paramedics need another stipend increase. This is where it's going to be capped, because we thought we were going to use it and do it in phases. And all we're trying to do is we're trying to be competitive with all the other agencies in Yuma County, which is, Yuma and Rural Metro are our biggest competitors. And they all, have been giving stipends to their paramedics, and we just want to continue the trend to, be competitive and continue to keep these paramedics that we have trained and keep them here in San Luis. We've been doing, we had this project, a community paramedicine project that we did with Regional Center for Border Health. Somerton and San Luis are doing it, where we visit all the patients from Regional Center for Border Health, and we do welfare checks. We make sure that they're doing great, and it's been a good program so far. I think we started with 20 patients. I think we're up to like 160, and I believe from that program we've seen about 40 or 45 of those patients graduated from the program. Either they got off their meds or their hypertension meds or diabetes, because they put a program in place where they can do exercise, and they graduated because they're either off their meds or they've decreased the intake of their medications. Our biggest objective that we have for the ambulance project is continue to train our firefighters. As you can see, that is a cadaver lab that we send them to train. They practice IVs, intubations, crites, everything. So they are prepared to answer the call at any time. And that is my biggest priority, is making sure our firefighters are trained to the best of our abilities, so we can provide that good service to the city. And I have some other things that I need to add. Last year we talked about our billing. That billing, our billing MOU with the city of Somerton ends September of 2020. I would like to see, or what is your guys' opinion of bringing in our billing to the city of San Luis? This is about, I think we pay out somewhere in the neighborhood between $175,000 to $200,000 to the city of Somerton to do our billing. It's about 8% of all the revenues collected for our transports. I would like to see it, and I've been talking to finance. I would like to see it come to San Luis, and finance has assured me that they will try to do a better job than what Somerton has been doing. Right, Monica? Okay. But that's up to council. I would, especially now that we are trying to have a leaner budget, I think it's a good idea if we bring it down to San Luis, because it's very important to us. One of the things that I'm going to talk to you about here, I'm almost done, I promise you. I know we were trying to keep it short, but about 5 years ago, I attended a training, and the chief from Scottsdale, Chief Shannon, actually asked us and said, how are you guys relevant? And it was a chief's academy. He says, how are you guys relevant to your city? Are you guys relevant? So I started thinking, and yesterday when I left home after the budget retreat, I was like, you know what? I need to let our council know how we are relevant to the city. 80%, something that you guys should be proud of, the fire department, is that 80% of your staff are paramedics. And that's what I say. Well, what is a paramedic? What do they do? Why do I keep hearing this word? A paramedic is they provide life-saving measures. Right now with this coronavirus going on, if you guys have hearing, what does it attack? It attacks your lungs. Well, they have the capability of intubating patients. That is one of the great resources or great things that some of these paramedics can do. They can give you medications to help you breathe. That's why it's very important to keep these personnel here. Before, you guys would see 5 or 6 of our employees leave to other departments. There was a running joke 5 years ago that it came to me. Somebody told me that another municipality would say, "Oh, we don't train paramedics. We just hire them from San Luis." That to me was wrong. That was wrong. But in the last 2 years, we've only lost 1. And that is because you guys have taken the necessary measures to make public safety a priority and to try to keep these employees here. That's not happening anymore. We're seeing our guys going. The guys are getting trained and they're staying here in the city. 80% of their staff is a paramedic. Now, the other thing, 50% of our staff is a hazmat tech. Somebody said, what is a hazmat tech? Hazardous materials technicians need very important, especially to a border city, because we have the commercial port of entry. Port of entry chief calls us, not on a regular basis, but anytime that there's one of the tanker trucks are leaking or there's an exposure, they call us because we have hazmat techs. Anytime the city of Yuma has a spill or has a chemical release, they're calling us because we also have hazmat techs. The state in January called me, actually called our assistant fire chief, and told us, would you guys be willing to put on a hazmat tech class in San Luis? And that's when, at the beginning of my PowerPoint presentation, I was talking to you guys how all our guys have been training or networking with other bigger departments. And these classes only come maybe once every 3 to 5 years. And to get put on in San Luis was great. It was going to start at the end of April, but it got put on hold. We're still going to put it on. We still don't know where, but I was very excited that the state, AZ DEMA, actually told us, I want you guys to host a hazmat tech class in your department where other firefighters from the state come down to San Luis and do a training. And that class is a 200-hour, which is 5 weeks of Monday through Friday training. Last week we were told that we got a grant for $30,000 to start and buy equipment for TRT. TRT is Technical Rescue. That was something we didn't know. That grant is going to be put in place in October. We were ecstatic when we heard. We don't have a TRT team, but that's something we're going to start again. There's 3 big certifications in the fire service, and that's paramedic, hazmat tech, and TRT. Now we're going to be able to start that hopefully soon. We got that grant for $30,000, and hopefully in October we can start purchasing the equipment and start training our guys in TRT. We continue calling our seniors. As you guys know, we made a commitment to our seniors in the city. Every week we went to the senior center, we took their blood pressures. I sometimes would see some of our firefighters dancing with some of our seniors at the senior center. But now we continued with calling the seniors to see how they're doing at least once a week. I know Mr. Ponce, a couple of weeks back, asked me if we could call him every day. Honestly, it's undoable, but we're trying. We call them at least once a week and see if they need any assistance, if they need any help, or just to see how they're doing. I'm going to leave you with one quick thing. We're starting to do our social media, but just about a week ago, I got a message on social media, and they asked me, can you guys do me a favor? And that favor was that their son is autistic, and he could understand that he couldn't have a birthday, that he couldn't understand why people aren't going. So the mom asked me if we can have the fire truck drive around his house, because he really loves the fire truck. If we can drive around his truck, turn on the lights, and make his day, make his birthday. We actually did that. We went around, stopped, turned on the lights, honked the horn, and from what I understood, the little boy was ecstatic that the fire department had gone to their house. And that's how I can tell you that our fire department, your guys' fire department, is relevant to the city of San Luis and to the residents of the city of San Luis. Now with that, if you guys have any questions, I am willing to answer anything for.
Well, I'll start it off, Chief. Thank you for condensing it. I know your power presentation was a little bit longer, but you kept it to a manageable, but yet very informative. I have a couple of observations that I did, and regarding the comments you mentioned. This administration has always, since I've been mayor and our council members have emphasized, public safety is a top priority and has always been a top priority. The fact whenever I go, I brag about our fire. The reason I brag is because I'm very proud of our fire department. The fact that we're 80% paramedics is something unheard in any other community. And I commend you, because to be a paramedic, you have to be motivated. It's not easy. It's time. You have to hit the books, and while yet you have to work. So it's not easy. People don't realize what it takes to be a paramedic and become a paramedic. We, as council and as mayor, support if we can get, that number, I still think we should be at 90%, but that's my personal opinion. So I know we're working on it. The differential, it's a must for our paramedics. There has to be, that's a must. The fact that previous years we lost up to like maybe 5 or 6 EMTs or paramedics, most likely paramedics, to other facilities. The comment of we don't send people to train, we just hire people, we just hire the paramedics from San Luis. I heard that, and it really is frustrating because we invest so much money in our paramedics. So that's why over the years we have worked on our benefits. We have worked on our salaries, and we're making it very difficult for our paramedics or anyone from fire from leaving. And that should be our goal. Retention is our key. I am in full support of that differential, for our paramedics. It's very, very important. I am very for the training required. There's a reason why San Luis is on the map now, because of our training, because of our fire. The fact that 50% of our fire are hazmat techs speaks volumes. Speaks volumes. You don't hear from that. You don't hear that. The number of, it's amazing that 50% of our personnel at fire are hazmat techs. People don't realize how much we need them. And so it is an honor when you mention, when other communities, other cities call you. It's an honor that the state actually asked you to hold the training of hazmat techs in our city. That speaks volumes, and I don't think our community knows this. That's why this is my 2 cents. Sorry, guys. When we tried for the property tax, the emphasis was fire, parks. This is the reason why. Now we have to look at our budget. We have to look at what are essential and non-essential. And if the property tax had passed, it would be much easier for fire to continue its training. It would be much easier for fire to continue with the paramedics. It would be much easier to plan for a state-of-the-art substation in our east side. It would have been easier. In less than 2 years, we would have had a multi-million facility being able to provide the same service within less than 5 minutes. Let me emphasize that. The voters voted, they said no, but that's not gonna stop staff, it's not gonna stop our administration from seeking the expansion to the east side. You will have our full support in regards to purchasing that house, purchasing something, and we will make our presence in the east side next year. We will make it. Even if we have to put a trailer, it doesn't matter. We will be there. It is unacceptable that it takes 12 minutes for us to get there. 12 minutes is just too late for some people. So we will continue, and that is a priority. The fact that you're being monitored and how you're on your response time, it's crucial. We need to have our presence on the east side. We are growing. Our residents need it. Everyone in the city of San Luis needs it. The other comment regarding the TRT grant that you got. Chief, that's just another badge we need. Let me be very clear. Okay, we need the proper training. We need to train our fire and TRT. We really do. So good job. Kudos for that. The other thing is about PPEs. The National Reserve is gone. So whatever PPEs we got from them, that is it. So I've been working diligently, trying to guarantee a source or make sure that we have the proper personal equipment available for our fire and police. I have made it my personal duty to make sure we have those. In the next couple of days, I will be bringing to you, Chief, a bunny suit, called a bunny suit, a complete bunny suit that will cover and protect our fire and police. It was supposed to be fabricated today, and I was supposed to get it sometime either today or tomorrow. So we do plan. You mentioned you have enough PPEs for the next 3 months. I don't think it's enough. We should plan for 6 months. Okay, so we should plan ahead. These PPEs or protective personal equipment is something we need. And so we will continue working diligently for you to have the proper equipment. You are being exposed constantly. And I hear you guys, and I hear the fear, but it's something we have to do. We have to do. It's our duty. We have no choice. Some of us don't have a choice. And fire, you're there, and thank you. So we will do everything in our power to make sure. And Monica, I realize this is causing some financial burdens on our budget, but we need to guarantee the proper PPEs, the proper equipment, because I don't want to close our fire. We only have one fire station. If someone gets exposed in that area, in that environment, our fire station is basically offline for a month. We cannot be without our fire and police. So we will continue finding for the PPEs. That's a must. Let's see here. You said a lot of good things, Chief. Thank you. The community program with Border Health, excellent. I heard very good comments from you guys. So it's beautiful. When I hear my patients say, well, I can go to the fire station and they can take my blood pressure without any hesitation. I mean, wow, thank you. Thank you for making a difference. Thank the guys, por favor. Really thank them. Let's see here. Regarding the billing, it's time for the billing to come home. Okay, so let's work on it. And we did our fair share. We finished our contract with the city of Somerton, but it's time for us to bring the billing home. So, Chief, you have my support, and I believe Council. I'm going to ask for comments and regarding bringing the billing home. Okay. The other thing is, let's see here. Sheesh, I had so many. But those are the key ones, okay? The differential for paramedics, that's a must. And so thank you, Chief. And that substation, it's going to happen, okay? Anyway, any form, it will happen. And just to emphasize the importance, the importance of the property taxes. Thank you. I will now open the floor to Councilmember Matias. Comments, questions, or concerns?
Just reiterate what you just mentioned and what the chief mentioned. East side is very important, especially for the growing community over there. So we got to work hard on finding a lot or a house for us to do a temporary base. And yes, I agree. I think last year that was the same concept that we had at the last year's budget. Hopefully bringing the building into the city this year. So I know that was the original plan when Chief Green started. It also started over there, and eventually we'll be 100% self-sufficient with that part of the ambulance service. So I totally agree with the chief, and thank you for everything you guys do, and stay safe out there. All your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco.
Yes, Mayor. So just want to express my support for all of Chief Ramirez's proposals. I agree with everything he said. We are in need of all of that. If it's within our means, let's go forth and work on getting those accomplished. Thanks for all the info you provided. It was very informative. And as you were talking, one phrase came to mind, and it was, "Not all heroes wear capes." So thank you for all you do. Thank you for putting smiles on people's faces, because not only do you do great with the assisting the seniors, assisting the members of our community with special needs, the community paramedics and all that you do, but you do it with excellent customer service. And to me, that's a big deal. Customer service is huge for me. And like I've mentioned in the past, I don't think the fire department gets the publicity and the exposure that they should, because what they do is very positive for our community. And I think that we should put that out there more, especially nowadays when all we hear is negative comments on the news or everywhere we go. So those are my 2 cents. But yeah, again, you have my support for everything, because I know what you do, I know what you represent, and you're very much needed within our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Luna Carrasco. Councilmember, let's see here. No, Vice Mayor Cecilia Cruz, please, comments or observations?
Yes, Mayor, I want to congratulate you, Chief, and your staff on the state asking you to do and provide that training. That is awesome. So that's my top one. I wanted to congratulate you first for the awesome job you guys are all doing. And of course, we want that substation, if it is purchasing a home or we need it, we desperately do need it. We want that response time to be lessened. And of course, the billing, I think that is a priority also. So, I think we could use 175,000 here in San Luis. Thank you, Chief. Thank your staff for me.
Thank you, sure will.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jose Ponce.
Yes, I'd like to thank Chief Ramirez and his staff for the outstanding job that they're doing. And I agree with 100% with all his comments and requests. I guess very few people can tell me, how it is. Being a firefighter and a paramedic. As many people know, I'm a former EMT firefighter from San Martin. So I know how it is, and I was very proud at that time to even help. San Luis trained the first firefighters, San Luis Fire Department, and as a matter of fact, one of the guys became a fire chief later on. There was Mr. Oton Luna. Who doesn't remember him? And he, a great person. So, Chief Ramirez, go ahead. You got my support to all your requests. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ponce. Excellent comments. Councilmember Gloria Torres, any comments or concerns? The microphone, por favor, Gloria.
I always forgot. Chief Ramirez, I hope your staff will take in precautions necessary with this pandemic, and because your people are the one that in front of the fire. And I will support that you're mentioning about the substation on east side. It's very, very necessary. The city is growing up there, and it's very important that. And that's it. And muchas bendiciones para su personal.
Gracias.
Sé que son las personas que están enfrente. Muchas bendiciones para todos ellos.
Gracias.
Gracias. Todo lo que hacen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Torres. Excellent comments. Well, Chief, you heard it from us. There was a good presentation, and I think the message from here is that it's very important, the differential, it's very important, the training, we continue the training, it's very important we retain. Everyone's very grateful for being in the front line, defending our community, protecting our community. The fact that the number of cases, so the number of calls for our EMS has increased dramatically, especially in the border. You're going to see an influx, a drastic increase within the next couple of weeks regarding transporting critically ill patients, especially with the whole situation with the COVID-19. I emphasize, and I more than emphasize, the wearing of our PPEs properly. One observation, Chief, that I need, I went to Walmart a couple of days ago. I saw some of our ambulance crew wearing face masks, but at the same time, I saw a couple of our fire not wearing the surgical masks, at least when you go shopping. So it's very important. We depend on you. Make sure that we're being protected at all times. Okay, Chief. So just an observation I did, and actually, it was brought to my attention by a resident. It's very important that we protect our most valuable asset, which is our fire and police at this point in time. Okay, Chief?
Mayor, with that being said, we actually implemented a policy that now that anytime they are outside or even in their vehicles, in their ambulances or their fire trucks, they are going to be wearing their masks at all times, even if they're out grocery
Very
shopping or
good.
wherever they're at.
Yeah, exactly. I believe we just purchased a large quantity of surgical upgraded masks for everyone. So I want to make sure that tell your staff we have plenty of those masks, and there's no reason for them not to wear them. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. I will.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, Chief. Thank you. Gracias so much. I know it's been a challenge, and we will continue working and emphasizing and making our public safety as strong as ever. Gracias. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to finish
Mayor,
my last point, Mr. Mayor, you just said it. You're going to see an increase in all these critical calls in the next few weeks, and I'm going to tell you, I think it's here. It's already here. We've been noticing
I know.
it here.
And I will I am reviewing numbers, and I will make a comment it's either later this evening or tomorrow morning regarding the situation where the city of San Luis stands right now. And I commend you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I have one more question for
Yes.
Chief Ramirez.
Sure.
May I? Okay.
Councilmember Ponce, go right ahead.
Yeah, okay. Chief Ramirez, do you have any mutual agreement with the Marine Corps Station?
What, an agreement?
Yes, a mutual
Yes,
agreement.
yes, we do. We have MOUs with all our municipalities and with MCAS Yuma in case we need backfill or anything to that nature. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ramirez. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's our next presentator?
Police Department, tab number 22.
Tab 22. Okay. Good morning, Chief. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing this morning?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
I'm also going to wait. Looks like it came up, but greetings this morning. After giving the homework assignment last night, Mayor, I went home and did my due diligence to take my 2.5-hour presentation down to at least an hour and 30 minutes. So, no, I've actually cut this presentation as far as I can, and I think you all know me well enough to know that when I get passionate about something, I can really speak on some things. So this morning, for those of us that have the ability to remember the old show Dragnet, what the sergeant used to say was, just the facts, man, just the facts. So this morning, I've cut out a lot as far as what the police department has done over this past year and the things we've accomplished. A lot of things, and I'm very proud of the staff that we have. They are professional. They, under these trying times right now, it's a moving target at 100 miles an hour, and our staff has done a great job with staying there. That said, I put out this morning more protocols for our staff, that no matter when our police officers that are on the road that are the most vulnerable are in contact with anybody or any calls for service, that they are masked up and gloved up. We know that as our intelligence reports keep coming in on a daily basis, of which I see probably 40 to 50 of them a day, we haven't spiked, especially in Yuma County. So we know that those are going to go up. And so we also have put those protective measures in place so that our staff is safe. We've also put into measure some of the practices when it came to dispatch records administration and CID when it comes to those people coming in from the public and keeping that isolated as well. So we know that these are moving times. Reminds me a lot of the early to late 80s when we went through this same situation when I was in law enforcement then with HIV. And so I commend my staff. Administration has really stepped up to the ball during these trying times. That being said, I want to just bring you up to date on just a couple things before I get into just what we looked at as far as the budget was concerned to do that. One of the things that you know that we were in the process of, obviously because of the things that had happened at the department, we are at now looking at those 124 recommendations that were made from our audit. We have either accomplished all of them or are ongoing on all of them. And so we just recently closed the chapter of that particular audit with a clean bill of health to the department as far as evidence was concerned, and our staff worked extremely hard to do that. And there are a few things that are still at the county attorney's office that we're waiting on, but it looks as if those are going to go through and we can close that chapter. That being said, I want to give you an update on where we're at with the state accreditation process for the department. Right now, there's only 8 departments in the entire state that are accredited by ALEAP, and it looks as if we are going to get in May our mock trial, and then in June get our actual visit. And then should that actual visit go well, it looks as if July at the Chief of Police Conference in Flagstaff that the department will be state accredited in law enforcement. And it will be one of the first 10 in the state to be accredited. So again, our staff has done a tremendous job with getting those things. There's 174 different criteria, standards that we have to meet. And so we are well on our way to meeting all 174. And again, I'm proud of the staff for putting together such a great presentation to give to the ALEAP assessment team. I am also one of 14 assessors for the state and did the very first one for the University of Arizona. And so we're very proud of the accomplishments that our team has put forth to do that. So I wanted to give you that update this morning. That's tremendously good news. I'm going to get into the presentation. I don't want to belabor the point as to how many things we're able to accomplish. One of the things that we were able to do, I went back to 2016, and I looked through the calendar to find out how many actual events we were involved in, as well as presentation. On the calendar, we had about 30 events that the department was involved in 2016. I want to let you know that in 2019, the department accomplished 80 of those. And so we've upgraded all of those things, many of them being the presentations in the schools that our staff has been able to do as well. And we're very proud of that because we take pride in our schools and we want them to be safe, especially among all of the drug-related incidents that you'll see in just a second when it comes to stats. But this particular slide that you can see now, you can look at 2014 and down to 2019, you will notice that there was a slight decrease in cases that San Luis PD took. That is a good thing, simply because we believe that crime is actually coming down from 23,000 and some change to 22,000, almost 1,000 cases that we didn't take this year. That's the good news. Here's the next good news, so to speak, but I want to go through some things on what statistics actually went up in those particular cases. All of those that are highlighted in yellow are cases that have gone up. All of those in red are cases that have dramatically gone up, and you'll notice drug offenses, frauds, and overdoses being three of the areas that saw a significant increase. Obviously, the drug offenses, because of what was happening with the M30 fentanyl overdose pills, has a direct correlation to those. And so we're seeing many more of those. There are other, we just received information to help endorse another program that will be in the schools as well when it comes to students and counseling, and also some of the things that they will be able to use in education facilities to help with drug offenses and overdoses as far as that's concerned. One of the most alarming ones that actually I looked at was the weapons violation. As you know, this past year and a half, we've had 2 officer-involved shootings, which has been very rare for the city of San Luis. I think it speaks to the times that we are in now, and equipping our officers with the best equipment to handle those situations, I think is a must. And so we looked at those. We thank God that there was nobody from our department was injured or killed, and they can go to their families. So we just are very thankful for that. All those 2 shootings were done 100% by the book, and I'm very proud of our staff for handling those things. You'll also notice because of the influx of traffic that is coming over to the tune of about 8 million vehicles during the course of the year, that accidents have gone up. And so that's another statistic that is there as well that you'll see that's a little bit more than normal as well. With that in mind, even though our caseload went down, I want you to look at what happened with our calls for service. Our calls for service went from 20,000 in 2017 to 23,000 in 18 to over 30,000. That is almost a 25% increase, right? Actually, a little, just about that, with our calls for service, which means that our dispatch center is getting more and more volume calls, especially with 911. I know that in Derek's presentation for IT, he talked about the phone and the importance of the phone in 911. I cannot stress this enough. If that phone system goes down, police and fire go down. And so that is one of the main things I think that I want to reiterate to you, is that that's something that must take place to get the older system out, get a newer system in that we're going to be able to look at and handle. And so I applaud Derek for putting that up there as well, and for Chief Ramirez and his staff and our staff to keep public safety at a top peak. You'll notice at the very top, I put that in there just for your view. One of the things that when Councilman Ponce came to my office one day, we talked about what we looked at as far as response times for PD is concerned as well. And so we started digging into some of the stats, and you'll look and you'll see that the national average for response times, in other words, by the time that somebody calls to the time that the police department or a police officer gets there, whether or not it's at the station or a call for in-service out in the public, that national average is 15 minutes and 30 seconds. That's national average. In looking at what San Luis PD did, we are right at about 17 minutes and 50 seconds. And those are things that we have to work on and things that we need to do. And so we do have ideas of how we can bring that time frame down to more of a national average of 15 minutes. At the same time, that also could represent that we don't, our national average as far as police officers to resident ratio is much higher than the rest of the country. And so there are different reasons for why those things could be there. Nonetheless, we put into place the ideas and things to get, as Councilwoman Carrasco said, public service is of great importance to us. And so just the perception that we can get there in time is a plus, and we want to work on those things as well. So we do have department goals that we want to do when it comes to that as well. You'll notice recently that there was another article that came out for 2018 that showed that the city of San Luis was deemed the 8th safest city in Arizona. Recently, one just came out where we were deemed the 2nd safest city in Arizona. But I want you to look at something, and I talked to Jenny about getting statistics as far as what the census and those types of things. This particular study looked at two different things. Number one, they listed our population at 33,074. I think that we all know that our population is probably greater than that. And so it listed that. But it was the second thing that caught my mind as to how these statistics work and how we're deemed the 8th safest city. If you look at that very next line, you see that they listed that the San Luis Police Department had 54 police officers. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I want to thank you so much for giving me 14 more officers than we actually had. We have 41 sworn. They listed us at 54. And so the numbers, I'm not sure where they get those numbers from, but I don't think that that was correct. Nonetheless, they listed it at 1.63 officers per thousand, when in fact, if you look at what the ratio really is, and these are numbers that I got from Jenny, was in 2018, we looked at 36,250, and we had 40 sworn, and that's a ratio of 1 in 965. If you look at 2020, we went up a little bit more. We came down just a little bit because, thank you, we appreciated the 2 positions that you gave us, and so our ratio went to 1 in 960. And that's in residents. When you take into consideration the 22,000 that cross on an average basis per day, our ratio goes to 1 in 1,497. And again, the Department of Justice recognizes that the average ratio is between 1.7 and 2.3 per thousand, which means that if we were to use the lowest part of that ratio, we should be at about 66. We know that that's not capable. As much as we want to really look at can we get there, that's going to be a difficult task. Would it have helped if the property taxes would have gone through? Absolutely it would have. Would it also help if we weren't inside of a pandemic at this particular point? Absolutely. We know. But the one thing that I want to mention about this particular slide is this. We have the most professional staff, I think, that I've been able to serve with over the years of my time. And they work diligently no matter what they have or what they don't have. And so one of the things that I'd like to get into when we start going through this was during the salary implementation study, I think that this is the most critical point of all of our presentations, and I've heard it time and time again from you, and I thank you for that. Every single year that we talked about trying to increase the wages of our employees, the police department has been on a task to how we could always implement and help in that process. As I went through some of the financial statements over the last 3 to 4 years, the department has been able to put back about $750,000 back into those budgets. And it means that, yeah, we might have been over a little bit in some line items, but at the end of the day, we were able to save money to help that happen. I am firmly committed to doing whatever it takes at the police department to make sure that that happens again. And so one of the things that I've been able to do, although I didn't have a chance to meet with Monica this year simply because of what the pandemic was, is when we sat down and we talked about what we really needed as far as the budget was concerned in the spreadsheet, and working with Tadeo, Monica, and her staff and finance, there are several things that we were able to do that obviously in this presentation you'll see, but they're not going to be necessity items because I think that if we need to cut the budget, then all of the departments have to be in a position to where we sacrifice a little at the same time. My belief is that if we sacrifice now, we'll reap a benefit later. And I know that you got the difficult part, so I want to get into this. We had initially asked for an additional 7 police officers. The 2 most critical ones that we really wanted to look at were 2 positions that we could put as SROs in our middle schools, at San Luis Middle School and also Southwest Junior High School. Those were 2, as we began to work with the school district on implementation of their grants. They received their 7 counseling positions, but no positions for the SROs. And because of that, what the police department did in conjunction with the school district was put in the COPS grant for 2 of those positions in SROs. Granted, there would be some financial obligation for the city and the police department to help fund those over a period of time, but they would be for 3 years. We have not heard back from the grants yet. We didn't think that we would by the time that the budget was approved, but nonetheless, those are the 2 most critical positions that we would be asking for rather than all 7. Obviously, 7 would give us the ability to put more officers on patrol and give the ratio of about 1 in 5, 1 supervisor to 5 officers, rather than right now what we're looking at as far as 1 to 4, as far as that's concerned. Secondly, the records clerk, and talking with Ellie, they have been at 3 positions for quite a while. And with the amount of paperwork that we see on a regular basis going to our courts and being processed, and now with the new NIBRS institution of recording and doing those things, that position is very important to her. It's very important to me. They've had 3 for a long time, and we're asking for 1 more position. You'll notice that the last part is special assignment stipends. I'm asking for 2. It's not expensive. That's what it would cost us as far as the budget is concerned. There's 2 reasons for this. Number 1, in the structure that we currently have, we do have a sergeant that is in Criminal Investigation Division and Support Services. I'd like to see him stipend like the rest of the detectives are. And number 2, the implementation of 1 more stipend for the canines. As you're aware, we received 2 donated dogs through the Kmart Corporation as a grant. And so we're very proud, and that will do many, many more things as far as our education programs and our interdiction programs are concerned as well. So those are 2 things that don't cost a lot that I'd like to see happen. In the budget, and I'm going to kind of get to this as far as going as quickly as possible so that we can get out of here in a timely manner. What I've done with the next slides is I've cut everything down basically to go do the essentials. And what is being recommended to the police department as far as the finance staff was concerned on where we're going to look at. And these are just some ideas. And again, my number 1 goal is to see that 3rd part of the implementation phase being put in. And so all of the things to me become negotiable at that particular point as far as that. Number 1, we asked for a little bit of increase in the uniforms, which we've been able to do. I think it's not a lot, but this will allow dispatch records and administration a few more items that they would normally not get, and that's where the extra money would go. It would not go to patrol and uniforms there. We also looked at minor tools and equipment. We asked for 18,000 increase there. The reason is we do have 18 vests. We wear bulletproof vests that usually go a 5-year cycle, and those are then not covered by insurance. And so these need to be replaced, and we're asking for that as far as the replacement this year for all of the patrol officers whose vests will be expired this year to go from there. One of the other increases that we've asked for is in the ammunition phase. This is due to simunition rounds. This is training. This last year we were able to do what we call live training, where you have simunitions and you have role players. It's very realistic, and the training is extremely productive. And so we'd like to just, it costs a little bit more, simply because of the way in which these rounds are produced, and so we're asking for that. There is a little bit of increase in gas and oil, obviously, as prices went up, and our cars are getting older, and I'll get to that in a minute. There are several things that we needed there, and so we've asked for just an additional $10,000 that we think will cover that expense as well. In the equipment maintenance side, you'll see that it's a very small cost, that we've asked for, up to $500. This is just to keep repairs and upkeep of the current fleet as well. Promotional items, as I mentioned, one of the things that we've done is with this past year doing 80 different outreaches to the community and schools, we literally went through everything that we had purchased in half the year. And so we really had to limit the things that we were giving out to kids in some of the events. So we're asking for an increase there. These go to the public, it goes to school, children, all the way from K all the way through high school. And so we asked for an increase there as well. I want to get into the capital improvements. That was it as far as the line item budgets were concerned. Not a lot, but I think nonetheless apropos. There are several things within the CIP that we are asking for again. And so again, with finance, we've been able to weed some of the things that we really were going to ask for out. And so these are the ones that we felt were most important. Number one is the citation equipment needed for patrol. We've had our current equipment for quite a while, and it continues to break down, and the replacement of those is extremely costly. Printers, small handheld mechanisms, scanners, and those types of things. What this program will do, it actually is an app that we can use currently on our department-issued cell phones for all of our citations, warnings, etc. The only thing that would need to be purchased is the printing and those types of things to go in the cars. And so it's an initial cost of $63,770. But in the long run, if what will go bad is the cell phone, and with our replacement program that we have and Derek and IT, we think that this is actually going to save us quite a bit of money down the road, because if something goes down, we just have to replace the phone, which may be under warranty. So it's an app-based program from Brazos that we believe will do very, very, very well under the circumstances, so we're asking for that. Our current Intox machine 8000 is now out of service. The Department of Public Safety will not be giving us the warranty on those anymore. They will not be servicing them anymore. And so we need to upgrade to the new one, the Intox 9000, which is the breathalyzer machine for the intoxilizer for DUIs, minors drinking, et cetera, et cetera. This is a must machine. We really have to have it. And so we're asking for that. You'll see the cost is $11,000, so it's not a great amount. Along with that is our LiveScan machine. It is also outdated, and all of the programming is not functioning anymore. So when we arrest somebody and we fingerprint them, we send that to the state. None of that information is getting to the state because our machine is outdated. So we need to upgrade that machine as well. That was a cost from CIP of $18,000 as well when it came to that. It also goes to YCSO for their booking procedures, and they need that information. So this is a critical upgrade as well. We had initially asked for 10 new vehicles. One of the things that I have listed is our fleet is getting older and older and older, and replacing those older vehicles is being a little bit more difficult. We have about 30% of our vehicles that either are over 100,000 miles or over 10 years old. One of the things that we started to do, because they were cheaper to get, was go to the Ford F-150. They've been around for a long time. It's tried and true. We get them for less money, and even when all of the equipment are on it, we end up saving money going that route. And so what we started to do was implement the program to see what type of feedback we would get. And so we've put most of our supervisors on patrol into the Ford F-150. I had the chance to go to most of those supervisors and ask their opinion to see if that made sense, and they were overwhelmingly in favor of it. They loved them. They're more visible. It's safety friendly. And if anything was to ever happen, as you know, getting out into the desert, especially under these times, is a little bit more difficult for our cars to get there. So we are asking for those. We will take whatever you as council decide to do as far as helping us replace those. We know that 600,000 is a big stretch. And so working with finance again, we've come up to where we can replace some of those vehicles underneath that particular CIP program. So anything will help at this particular point. But like I said, we'll get by with what we need to do at that point. One of the other critical things that we need is our dispatch center has 3 consoles, and we desperately need a 4th console. As you see, our calls for service went up dramatically in dispatch, and that 4th console will be of great help. That is something that we really, really need to put at the very forefront. That will help Monica, Gabby, and her staff. And again, because we do handle all of police and fire from that dispatch center, this is becoming very critical to us as well. So this will also meet the growing demands that we have in the future as well. That pretty much is it. And like I said, I've done a pretty good job. And guess what? I think I did it under 30 minutes. And for me, that's a major miracle. So I did the best that we could under the circumstances. But you know what? I am extremely proud of our staff. I'm extremely proud that our audit is done, and I'm extremely proud that we're going to be certified, we believe, in the next several months, which will be a first, not only in San Luis, but one of the top 10 departments being recognized throughout the state. One of the comments I do want to make is we have been able in our PPE gear, as Chief Ramirez said, we were a little bit proactive when it came to this, and so we were able to get some things ordered prior to it. We have a very adequate supply that will handle patrol and the rest of our staff. I also want to say that we reached out to, upon request, to several other agencies that had absolutely nothing. One of those was the Pascayaki Tribal Police, where their chief was actually in quarantine because he thought he had it. And one of the things that we were able to provide, Tucson PD and some of the departments down there decided that they didn't want to help. And when they reached out, we were able to provide them with necessary PPE for their officers to remain safe. They had had several tested positive for COVID-19. And so I'm proud of our department for being able to reach out to them and give them the necessary equipment that they needed, and also the contact that they had with Mayor Sanchez and the request. So we are here to help as much as we possibly can. And again, we'll do whatever we need to do from a finance and budget perspective to get the goals accomplished so that our staff, who has worked very hard, get to see the 3rd phase and implementation from that as well. So we're willing to assist you however we can, but some great stories coming out of it. And we all know that great leadership in trying times is what we do, not what we say. So with that, if there's any questions that I could answer, I'd be glad to answer them.
Chief, I'd like to start some observations actually, and where I stand. And you mentioned accreditation first, and it is something that not every agency in the state of Arizona has this accreditation. And the thing is, the city of San Luis will be, I believe, in the county that it's accredited this way. Am I correct?
That's correct. We would be the first one in the county to be accredited. The goal, obviously, through ALEAP is to get all of the agencies in Arizona accredited, but we would be the first in Yuma County to be accredited by ALEAP. And it's a 3-year accreditation, and then we go through the review. It's a very rigorous process. Policies and procedures have to be updated. There's 174 standards that need to be met. And right now, in meeting with Lieutenant Alvarez, who is spearheading this particular endeavor, we are on track to meet all 174 in the mock coming up in the next month.
Thank you, Chief. And I would like to also emphasize, thank you for emphasizing the fact that our voters voted no on the property tax that would have made this budget or next future budgets easier for the fire and police. Thank you for sharing those numbers. The increase of calls is dramatic. The per capita, the police officer per population, in reality, for everyone that crosses the border, our population is every single person that crosses that border increases our population during that time frame that they're here. And so all those numbers, when the state looks at it, when the federal government looks at it, they don't look at those numbers. They don't take into account those numbers. But we have to. The number of police officers, the fact that someone gave us 14 extra officers, maybe their mindset was that we needed 54 officers. So that's someone's opinion, and that's good. I wish we had the 14 officers to give you, Chief. But we are limited by our budget. We are limited by what the resources we obtain. Going back to property tax, it would have been beneficial for fire and police. I need to emphasize that because people don't realize that. And one thing I want to emphasize is your census. I sure hope that everyone has this certificate right here that says you finish your census. Okay, everyone needs to finish their census. That includes council, that includes everyone. And we're live streaming, and that's the reason, that's the message I'm giving you. This affects directly your fire, this affects directly your police. Everyone wants to be safe, everyone's safety, everyone wants a SRO officer in their school. We're doing our best with what we have. We have been running a lean budget, and I commend you for adding those 750,000 back to our budget, making it easier to balance the budget. That's working lean, that's working efficiently. Even though our numbers are low in regards to police officers and staff, we are able to do some savings at the same time, have more calls. The dispatchers, that's a must. We need to add that fourth council to dispatchers. The dispatchers are, since we took over 911, we have to write the right numbers. Let's see here, the presence, what we do, the training we do at our schools, that's a must. We need to continue that, especially with the fentanyl situation. Thank you, Chief, for stepping up I believe, but last year they were throwing, there was negative comments that we weren't doing enough. And we need to work we need to show our community, I think, more of what you guys do, what fires do on an everyday basis, okay? So I will be asking Francia, I will be asking administration to, we need, that's why the emphasis of that position of that PR public relations person needs to have, because we need to show our community what fire is doing, what police is doing, the great job you guys are doing on an everyday basis. I commend you for that. Let's see here. The vehicles. I've been seeing the F-150s around town. They have it's a higher stance. It's a visibility. They look safer for our police officers, and they look good in them. So I like the F-150s. I wish we can say we can replace all 10 vehicles next year. But I think that we can do a compromise, Chief. We cannot stop replacing those vehicles. Those vehicles we replaced 10 years ago, this was council. Okay, this is this council. Okay, so the vehicles we replaced, now we need to replace those. And so it's something that this council has emphasized is public safety. And so we should be able to accommodate some of those vehicles, but not all of them, Chief, unfortunately. That's where our maintenance guys, that's where our mechanics go into hand, but it's one of those things, but we need to continue. The vehicles is as important or more important than the restoration of our streets, or preservation of our streets. So it's part of the package, it's part of the services we need to guarantee our residents. So thank you so much. Let's see here. The K-9. We need to make sure that our K-9 it pays by itself times more and more.
Yes.
Those K-9, those two grants we received from the Kmart grant. Was it Circle K? I believe it was a Circle K.
Yeah, Circle K Corporation was the one that gave us the grant for it, and
yeah. I commend. I'm very grateful in regards to that. It's amazing, the two K-9 units. When we first started, there was no K-9 units, okay? There was no K-9 units. Now there is, and now we're growing. And the thing is, it's amazing what they've done and the quality of service that we were able to provide our customers, our residents. It's amazing. So very good. The Sadotox equipment, a must. In order for us to qualify for those grants from the governor, if we can't arrest people for it's a must. It's one of those, we have to have equipment. It's like those cardiac markers for fire. Okay, it's a must. We have to do that. Now, let's see here. You also mentioned the citation equipment. Constantly, I'm being reminded, or via text, via phone calls, or just me going to Walmart for some grocery shopping. So they saw me. It's like, you need to do more enforcement. You need more of this. There's a lot of people crossing. Okay, and so when this COVID-19, once we have this under control, the people crossing our border will increase again. We will get that port of entry modification. And so we are going to gain eventually those 14, 16 lanes. And with that, we're going to need the proper equipment. So it's very important that we actually do that. So I just want to make sure that, Chief, thank you, staff. And it's very important we continue doing hard work. Okay? So Chief, kudos to you, kudos to staff. And I had a bunch of lists, but I'll let council comment, please. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
I will now open the floor to, I'm sorry, you were saying something, Chief?
Nope, I said thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that and everything that council has done over the years. You've always been behind us. You've always given us what we needed. And again, in tough times, the department stands behind you, saying whatever we need to do to help in balancing the budget and cutting, we'll take that and we'll do whatever we can do, and we support it.
Thank you, Chief. And the other thing is about the PPEs, but we were able to do to the reservation. It breaks my heart when I heard that they didn't have any PPEs. It is actually unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unacceptable that a police force has no PPEs to protect their residents. It doesn't matter. We didn't hesitate. You didn't hesitate, Chief. I know we have limited amount, but the thing is, public safety is the key thing. And the thing is, I commend you, Chief. And when I made contact with the officer who originally posted that, it teared my heart. It really did, to find out that they did not have PPE, and there was already cases around them, and that the chief was already in quarantine. It is absolutely unacceptable. So when they say we're going to open the economy, when they say we're going to do that, and we're still lacking PPEs, I can tell you right now. And Chief, we need to make sure that we have the proper PPEs for the next 6 months. So I'm in the process of actually making sure, the stockpile is gone. There is no stockpile reserve.
Yeah.
And so what we received was it. So we need to make sure that our police officers have the proper PPE, and then they wear them. The same things I told about the chief regarding police chief regarding our police and fire. Our police need to wear those masks when they're out in their normal duties or not in their duty. We need to protect them also. So because they're going to be exposed most likely at home or somewhere else. So we need to make sure that they wear the mask at all times also, because they are essential. Mm-hmm. So Chief, thank you, commend you. And I will now open the floor to council members. Councilmember Matias, any questions, concerns?
Just had a question. Going back to the fire captain, the chief's presentation. I don't know if I missed it or if this is something we're going to be working on. That potential east side property or house that we buy, is that something that will be worked on both budgets for police and fire repair? Or have you guys thought about that, or to make it more feasible?
We have, and thank you for the question, because it is important. One of the things that we need to realize, it's vitally important for fire to make sure that they've got it. Their reporting standards on their accreditation things are a little bit different than what ours are. And so having a place that's on the east side is critical, but it's something that can be delayed for PD for a year if need be. With the park, as far as that's concerned, if we can get the portables in and that structure goes in there, at least some of the modules that I had seen, and maybe Louis will address this in his presentation, is that would be terrific. It would open up more space for us. We are running out of space as far as that's concerned. It will allow our response time out to Avenue F and beyond to be a little bit quicker, which will help in those response times and bring that 17 minutes down a little bit further as well. So yes, it is extremely important for us. One of the things that we would have to do is find a way in which we could fund the positions to have personnel there. You'd have to probably increase a few patrol positions, a few supervisor positions, and that way you've got a dedicated staff that would be out there as well. So with opening that up, there's going to be some financial responsibility for personnel to maintain that, at least during a Monday through Friday. Some of the things that we can do and we've thought about is moving HSI, U.S. Marshals, and those we work with that have office space at PD, possibly Amberley's Place that has space, open up some space for us at PD right now, but yet move them to that facility as well. So yes, it would greatly, greatly help, but it's not one of the things right now that I think that it's critical for PD to have. I think in 1 to 2 years, if we can get there, terrific. And that's the way in which I had to look at it this particular point. But again, for fire, it's going to be much more critical for them to have that structure there simply because of the way in which they report things as far as accreditation is concerned.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief.
Councilmember Rosales, this is Chief Ramirez. To answer your question, the house that we were trying to purchase will be for fire right now, but we are working. It'll be a temporary fire station. When we are working with Parks, PD, and Fire for our fire station to have, and a PD or our fire PD station eventually will be located on an acre of land out there on the east side. But this fire station that we are proposing right now is just a temporary fire station for our firefighters.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Ramirez, and Chief Richard Jessup, I can tell you right now, it not only became a fire, but it also just became a police. We both need presence there. So just to let you guys need to know, okay?
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco, comments, questions, concerns?
Yes, Mayor, just want to state that I'm supportive of the chief's proposals. They are much needed within our community, and I also would like to see that the animal control division in his department be addressed. I think there's a need for additional personnel in that regards. I'd like to thank him and his police officers for all their service. And I'd like to also quote Chief Jessup. He said, they work diligently with what they have and with what they don't have. And that is very important, and that shows the dedication and the love for community that they have, and thank you for that. And with that, I'd also like to leave for all council members and for the city manager and for the finance director, the hazardous duty pay that I think public safety should be able to get during this pandemic. I don't know how it can be worked out, but it's something that we should definitely look into.
Councilwoman Carrasco, thank you very much, and I'm sure that you will see a budget request next year for that third animal control. We definitely need it and appreciate you and your insight on that one. So it was one of the things I would have asked for this year, but going into it, I thought that at this particular point, it was going to be a little bit more difficult, but you are 100% correct. We need it, and you'll see it.
There we go. I like that. Very good, very good. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. There we go. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco, appreciate your words. Any comments? Very good. I will now open the floor to Vice Mayor Maria Cecilia Cruz, please.
Thank you, Chief, for that awesome presentation. I just want to start off with congratulations on your accreditation, which is going to be first in the top 10, I believe, in the state, and then also first in the county of Yuma. So that is awesome. I'm so proud of all of you guys. And also, I want to congratulate you because of you guys got a clean bill of health for the audit. That is also a good deal. It's a, a big request, but I'm pretty sure everything is needed. The 10 vehicles and the 7 police officers. It's just, we'll see what we can do. We know this is top priority for council, public safety. One more question for the chief. Do you guys have names for the 2 K9 units?
We do. Nikki is one of them. She's having a little bit of trouble, but the new one that we just picked up, I don't know what the name is, but if you would like, I'll provide you with all of the names of the dogs. We haven't picked out the 4th one yet, obviously because of the COVID-19 situation, we weren't able to get it. But I was able to watch a video yesterday of this new dog, and this dog is amazing. I have never seen a dog do what this dog did in that video. He leaped a 6-foot wall over the top and down. And so I'm very, very pleased with the quality of dogs that we have gotten. They're all going to be relatively new, but I will get you all of the names so that you can post them. If you want pictures, I'll give you pictures too.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chief.
That was a good observation, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Jose Ponce, any comments or questions or concerns?
Well, I'd like to thank the police chief, for the outstanding job, and just keep up the good work, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ponce. Councilmember Gloria Torres, comments or concerns?
Yes, yes, Chief, I want to thank you for all the work that you have done with your staff. And I would like to have seen that the communication with the schools, because and the schools are the first thing that kids started delinquent, and I hope you can work together with the schools to see that our kids can be care of those kids. Thank you very much for your done.
Thank you, and Councilwoman Torres, thank you very much. We appreciate it, not only for your service to council, but also your service on the board there, and Tadeo's service on the board as well. So we would like to continue that discussion as we move forward with those grants and see what we can do about even reaching down into the elementary schools as well. So it's vitally important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gloria Torres. I really appreciate for those words. Like I said, like the emphasis, Chief, everyone in council and myself are full supportive of your department and all the work you've done. Continue doing what you do.
Thank you very much.
Let's focus and thank staff, thank dispatching, thank the girls that help to make things happen, the people behind the scenes that we don't see and we don't thank enough. I thank everyone, and Councilmember Carrasco also mentioned animal control. With the population, there comes other needs in regards to animal control. So thank you and thank them. So like I said, and you kept it short, Chief. I am impressed. Okay, so good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Council.
Fire and police have kept it short, guys. Okay, so good job.
We got it.
So,
Thank you.
Anything else, Chief?
Nope,
Perfect.
I'm good. Thank you very much, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. So I believe it's time to take a little break, guys. So
15 minutes.
¿Qué pasó?
15 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a 15-minute break, guys. Okay, so good job, guys. So if we can keep this up, we'll be done in no time. okay?
I just want to ask her, do we leave open?
You can you,
Or you would
does your
close?
have a, no, leave it open, just put it in silent and cover your camera, si quieres, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, guys. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, so descansen, do what you have to do, and thank you, guys. Be back in 15. Make sure you put everyone on silent. Ya llegó la judge.
Yeah, risk management, and let me know when 30 seconds are up. Oh, we're ready.
Okay, this is the 30-second warning.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're rolling.
Thank you. We're back live streaming, and I just want to make sure that everyone's here. Todos están aquí. Let me check here. Perfecto, everyone's here. Our next presentation is going to be risk management.
Correct.
Maria, proceed, Maria. Buenos días. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
What's the time number?
You're going to get it. You're going to get it right now, Ponce.
Okay.
Okay, which tab number?
That would be, my apologies, number 12.
Thank you.
Number 12.
Good morning, everyone. Maria Sabori, Risk and Property Analyst from the Risk Management Department. Okay. This year, we have had great improvement in relation to safety and health to help us ensure that employees return home every day in the same condition they left in. One of the main focuses this year for departments has been to plan projects and coordinate each with the mentality of safety first. Our supervisors have been doing a great job and have made it one of their main priorities to keep everyone safe. Also, training has also been one of our main focuses. Education and training are important tools to inform employees and supervisors about workplace hazards and controls so that we can all work more safely and be more productive. Okay, as you may be aware, we joined the OSHA PEP program back in February 2019. This is a 3-year contract with them. And we have had so far 3 quarterly inspections and 1 inspection at our police department. It is a great program, and we have had great improvements within our city departments. The first quarter, we had City Hall inspected, and we also reviewed written programs with ADOSH. The second quarter, Senior Center, Police, and Fire were inspected. The third inspection conducted was the police department. They were inspected for lead exposure, and that took place at the shooting range. And we passed the inspection. There were no findings. The third quarter, the prosecutor, court, and parks grounds was inspected. We have been able to meet all corrections noted by the OSHA inspectors with the help of every department involved, and have received so much help from our facilities department. I wanted to make note that they've been very, very helpful to us. Okay, so we have OSHA trainings. We have Javier de Chavarri. He's an OSHA trainer, and he's provided on-site trainings. The forklift train the trainer HAZCOM, which is hazard communications, electrical safety awareness, lockout tagout, hazard recognition, bloodborne pathogens, and we're currently working on the confined space training as well. Also, due to the current situation with the COVID-19, live trainings and webinars are being made available on the OSHA website. Okay, the on-site trainings or refreshers that have been provided to staff are in relation to HAZCOM, Insurance 101, Incident Reporting Process, TULIP Insurance Coverage, Triage Now Injury Reporting Process, and Heavy Equipment Operation, which was conducted by the Highway Users Supervisor, Lockout Tagout, that was conducted by our wastewater electrician. There have been several online trainings provided under our Safe Personnel Online Training Portal, and just to name a few, accident investigation, general safety orientation, slips, trips, and falls, back injury and lifting, ladder safety, and first aid. There have been several written programs that have been implemented within this current fiscal year. HASCOM, bloodborne pathogens, LOTO, respiratory protection, and housekeeping. Okay, this is the current claim history review. And these are claims that were received or submitted to risk management, not necessarily that they incurred any expenses with our insurance. But currently, well, going back to last year, we had 16 property damage, and 2 of those incurred expenses, and there were claims processed under our insurance. Vehicle incidents for last year, 24, and 5 of them incurred expenses. Injury exposures, 18, and 16 of those incurred expenses. Notice of claims, we received 6, and the insurance processed 3 of those notice of claims. At current fiscal year, we currently have property damage in the total of 20 claims, but only 1 has been processed by our insurance. Vehicle incidents, 38 total, current fiscal year, and 9 of those have incurred fees. Injuries and exposures, we've had 29 total this current fiscal year, and 9 of those have incurred expenses as well. Notice of claims, we've received 16, and 4 of those have incurred expenses. Okay, risk management request. We're currently requesting an increase of $1,000 to dues and subscriptions, and this is to cover for the DuPont online training portal, which provides training for our Spanish-only speaking employees, and we're splitting the cost with human resources as well. The liability insurance, we're recommending a 7% increase from last year to cover for endorsements added throughout the year, and also there will be a small increase to excess rate as per Mr. Ed Bentel from MMRP, our insurance company, in addition to property values for recent appraisals conducted, which have not been updated into the policy. Okay, incident claim history review. So within these are comparisons within the last 4 years. The highest on liability claims processed is 1718, which was 148,376. There were 3 high-cost vehicle accidents that were paid out of our insurance. 1819, there are a total of 10 claims that were processed under our insurance. And 1920, 51,000. So far, we have 14 claims being processed by AMRRP. Workers' compensation, which are the injuries and exposures. I'm skipping to the, I think I skipped some pages here.
All right, Maria, proceed. Proceed.
A ver. I'm Derek, can you forward the? Okay. Go back. Okay, so these are the Arizona Municipal Risk Insurance Claims Review. 17, 18, 148,000, which during that time, for the liability insurance, during that time, there were 3 high-cost vehicle accidents. 18, 19, 16,800 paid out. That paid out for 10 claims. 19, 20, currently we have 14 claims being processed out of the liability insurance. Workers' compensation, in 18, 19, we had 16 claims paid out. There was one that is still ongoing, and it's close to $60,000. So there will be a change on the claims paid for this year once it closes. This year we currently have paid out 26,400, and that is for nine claims, injuries and exposures. Okay. So we are requesting the $1,000 for the DuPont, which is the online training portal for our Spanish-speaking employees, which is $1,000, and the liability insurance is recommending a 7% increase. And these are the property damages report for the last 3 years. These are the total reports that we've received, but not necessarily processed through our insurance. These are the reports that risk management receives. Vehicle incidents. ¿Lo vas para atrás, Derek? The vehicle incidents. Se está yendo para atrás. Okay. Vehicle incidents, we've received 24 back in 2018, 2019, and there were 5 of those vehicle incidents that incurred expenses. The injuries and exposures, we received 18, and 16 were processed under our insurance. Notice of claims, 6 received, and 3 of those were processed by the insurance. Now, fiscal year 1920, 20 of the property damage received, and only 1 processed by the insurance. Vehicle incidents, 38 currently, and 9 only processed. Injuries and exposures, 29, and 9 of those have been processed, and most of those are the COVID exposures, which is about, I want to say about 7 so far. Notice of claims, 16, and so far 4 of those have been paid out. Se está yendo para atrás. It's going back. Okay, so I also wanted to mention that there's going to be a dividend this year that I just received the information from our insurance last night, and there's going to be a dividend of $230 $1,000 to be credited into our account because of how good our claims are going. And they received a 10 million dividend, and they split the credit accordingly between all the members of the pool. Okay. And an additional statement, with the COVID situation, we are staying on top of the CDC recommendations and making sure to make available the info available to departments. Risk is also here to help if there's any need, or if any possible way, we're here to help. Any questions?
I want to make a comment, Maria. Thank you for giving us those statistical information. What brought my attention was the vehicular accidents. 2017, 2018, there was a high number. I believe it was 47. Now we're like closing to 30, 38, 37. Are we trained? Do they go through certain training? Those are vehicular accidents. I see are high numbers.
Yes. Yes. This year we took the initiative to give the defensive driving training to all of the employees because of that situation.
That's a liability. That's a big liability. Yes. And the thing is, those are the things that can be avoided if possible. I know accidents do occur, but they're way too many for community or the city that size. I mean, we could do better. I think we could do better in trying to prevent these because. And thank you for keeping that information, those numbers. It tells you the risk, exactly the risk involved. And so the dividend, the 200,000 dividend, because our claims have been relatively low, that's good. Probably other communities are probably larger. For example, the vehicular, I mean, our traffic is minimal compared to Scottsdale, Phoenix, or even Tucson. But still, if we can work on the number of accidents, vehicular accidents involved, it would be good. So actually very good. Thank you, Maria. It was very informative and I appreciate it. And I know you do a lot of hard work and it's very important we document everything. And so in order to apply for grants, those federal assistance programs that are coming down for municipalities, it's very important we take that into account, all your numbers and figures. So thank you, Maria, for addressing that, and the $1,000 for your subscriptions, it's well worth it, okay? Because that would guarantee all of our employees have the proper training, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
I will now open the floors to any comments, concerns. Councilmember Matias, any comments, questions, or concerns?
No, not really. I mean, in regards to the car accidents, on the staff, these accidents and all that, just make sure they're minded, no texting, using cell phones while driving, and obviously and all that stuff. Hopefully that's not one of the factors, but, that's about it. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matias. Councilwoman Africa Luna Carrasco, comments, questions, or concerns?
No, Mayor, thank you, Maria, for your stats, very informative, the eye-openers, and thank you for everything you're doing to try and prevent this from reoccurring.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Let's see here. Vice Mayor, comments, questions, or concerns?
No, Mayor. Thank you, Maria, for all the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ponce, any comments, questions, or concerns? Councilmember Ponce?
Okay. Yes, Mayor, I agree with you. I'm very concerned about the increasing on not only the vehicle incidents, property damage, injuries, exposures, nursing claims. For some reason, fiscal year 1920, I mean, went up, it's extremely high. Property damage 20, compared with 16, vehicle incidents 38 to 24, injuries and exposures reported at 29 to 18, and claims 16 compared to 6. I think it seems to me that something needs to be done. Anyway, I thank Maria for what she's doing, but still, I think we need to do something about those numbers.
I agree, Councilmember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gloria Torres, any comments, questions, or concerns?
No, Mayor, no question. Just want to thank you, Maria, for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. Maria, gracias por todo. Thank you for the hard work you do, and thank you. I know your job deals with a lot of numbers and figures and training, and it's great. It's great that they're getting the training and keep taking those pictures. Very important. People need to know that our employees are being trained properly, and we're trying to prevent accidents from occurring. So thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
We have our next presentation, which is
Planning
who's
and
our next
zoning.
presentation?
Planning and zoning, tab number
Planning and
15.
Tab number 15.
Yes.
Planning and zoning.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Before I start my presentation, I just want to give a piece of advice in these serious times of the pandemic. Don't try to cut your hair at home by yourself, or you end up with the hair like this.
I like your hair. Dije yo, espérame, is that Jose? Espérame, is that? Hey, I love your hair, dude. It's good. You look younger. You look younger.
Thank you. So
Proceed, sorry.
the goal for the department is to maximize efficiency, be more proactive, increase productivity, and act at the same time reduce red tape complaints. This fiscal year, we issue 563 permits. From those, 257 were for new houses. We processed over 65 million worth of new construction. That's the evaluation of the construction. We collected $2.6 million, and we have performed almost 5,000 inspections. This is just a graph showing the permits for new houses. With the rate that we're issuing permits, we most likely will surpass the last year number. We issue on average 2 building permits for new houses every day.
Wow.
And the number of inspections is the same. By the end of this fiscal year, we're probably going to be doing more than the last year. We're doing an average of 30 inspections per day. On the revenue side, we already collected more than last year, and this is due to more commercial projects going on this year than the last year. So for new requests, we're requesting 2 new pickup trucks, and because we have 3 inspectors, you only have 1 truck, and one will be replacing the Grand Cherokee, which is more than 10 years old, and it has constant mechanical issues, and the truck will allow inspectors to carry the appropriate tools. So a connected bicycle network provides significant community benefits that improve the overall quality of life for residents. This includes health, safety, accessibility, recreation, transportation, environmental, economic, and quality of life benefits. This is why we're requesting $25,000 to do the first bicycle master plan in city's history. But rather than paying probably $100,000 for a consultant to do the whole thing, we will be doing it in-house. We're requesting the $25,000 just in case we need guidance from a consultant, but most of the work will be done in-house. And the purpose of this document will be to encourage and enhance opportunities for bicycling within San Luis by guiding the development of bicycling program, policies, and infrastructure. The bicycle lane retrofit program is similar to the bicycle master plan, but it's different because this goes back to the existing streets and do an analysis to see which streets are able to add we will be able to add bicycle lanes to the existing streets. Just an example will be like we have existing right of way on the street, and all we need is restriping the street, and we add bike lanes. So this is potentially a low cost, high impact project. So the feasibility for each street, and with that study, we will have the cost and the work needed for each street. And the engineer that I got the quote from is charging $10,000. So this is the map showing the blue lines show the bicycle retrofit program, which includes Urtuzuastegui, 6th Avenue, 8th Avenue, and 10th Avenue. The ones in green will be the ones for the bicycle master plan. And just to show you an example, this is the same right away as Urtuzuastegui Street, and that's how it is right now.
Oh, sorry.
So that's the width of the lanes. So one of the options on the retrofit program will be just adding marking and signage. Like this is just an example, adding share lanes to the outside lanes, allowing bicycle riding along the outside lanes. The other option is restriping, excuse me, reducing the width of the lanes and adding the bike lanes on the sides. And the third option, which is not the best, will be actually widening the road. But this can be done whenever there's a new project on the street or any changes that is done on the street. But we're hoping that the only thing needed is to add signals and markings. The other request, excuse me, is to update the pictometry image, the aerial image of the city. Is currently outdated. It was taken back in 2017, and it's updated every 4 years. The quote that we got was $18,000, and this is a project that includes different jurisdictions, and we do a memorandum of understanding with Yuma County, and each jurisdiction pays their dues. So just to show you an example, This is the current image that we have. And we use these pictures to do staff reports or any other projects that we have, and we don't have the accurate image right now. So this is the one that is in the program, and this is a picture that was taken this month. So you can see you can see how outdated it is and all the growth that has been happening. So the 18,000 will cover the new image, and it will take, they will take it in 2021 in January. So for personnel requests, in order to continue providing all necessary services, we're requesting the principal planner, a code enforcement officer, and a GIS specialist. But the one that really we need is the principal planner, and that's to do more in-house projects such as the master plan. Instead of paying thousands of dollars to consultants, we can have staff here available to do those type of projects. And don't forget to fill out your census. Any questions?
I have a question. Mayor there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, Matias.
On the aerial picture, the $18,000 estimate, is that something that we're able to do jointly with another organization or another company? Since I know there's 2 or 3 other people in town, or organizations that are thinking of doing the same thing. So that's something we can work together. Maybe split the cost in 2 or 3 to help each other out, or no?
That's already been done.
Has it?
Yeah, that's part of the Yuma County. So the 18,000 is the city's part.
Oh, okay, so the total is 30 something, or?
Yeah, I think Yuma County and Somerton are involved. I think City of Yuma uses another different program.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Oh, and thank you, by the way, of using the census chart. Thank you for your support.
Got it. Live stream. You're welcome.
Very good, Jose. I like the fact that the census, and sure enough, I will be showing this randomly. This is my certificate that I finished my census. And then this, all of us have been counted. So thank you, Jose, for that hard work and working on the campaign of the census. It's absolutely essential. When you talk about planning, you talk about the number of permits, when you talk about everything else, it's all about growth. But if we don't have the numbers, we can't justify certain things. So it's very important that we keep that in account, take into account when we're doing the census. We'll say thank you. And that position, the principal planner, it's essential. I think it is probably one of the most essential ones in there. So I thank you, and you do a lot of work. You guys do a lot of work. Thank your staff, please. Thank you. The number of permits per year has been going up, and there's a reason why we're considered the booming town of Arizona. So without staff, without your work, it would be virtually not possible. We're not perfect. Our turnover time is better than most places. I think people take for granted the hard work you guys do. There's only so much we can do. And the thing is, people need to follow the law, need to follow the regulations. Nothing excludes you. Nothing makes you, should exclude any entity, private, from thinking that they're not being treated fairly. I can tell you right now, your staff, with the limited staff that you have, are doing a great job. And never in the history of the city of San Luis have we had so many projects going at the same time. Let me clarify that. People expect you to be working 24/7, not sleep. We have limited numbers of employees. We have limited amount of staff that are doing a lot more. So Jose, I thank you. I thank staff. And the thing is, we're human, and we can only do so much. We don't live in a rich community where we can actually have 12 staff members or a specific department of 3 different engineers or planners or 4 looking at plans constantly. No, we don't. The city is going through very rapid growth, and developers should understand that we have limitations. And the thing is, we can start charging more. We can start sending their plans somewhere else and see how long that lasts. People need to be grateful for what we have. We have been working very hard, diligently. We can do. There is laws and restrictions that we have to follow. We're not a city lawless and no restrictions. When a company decides to start developing without the proper permits, we have a problem with that. So it only delays things up. So Jose, I thank you. I thank your staff, and you have the backing of our council and my office, 100%. Okay, so let's continue the smart growth. Let's continue doing the right thing, and don't change. We're not asking you to change. We just continue doing what you're doing, and we're very grateful. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
And I like your haircut.
Thank you. With that being said,
Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Rafi Carrasco.
Yes, Mayor. I just want to know why I didn't get a certificate when I did the census thing. I didn't get one. That's, no, just kidding. Thank you, Jose, for everything you do. I'd like to commend you for the bicycle master plan, and that you're gonna do it. Your idea to do it in-house. That's great. I like that. And also agree with the mayor that the principal planner is essential. And moving forward, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, if you don't have a certificate, then you need to do it correctly, because as of right now, we're still at 6.4% rate.
Oh my God.
So I didn't do it right?
Yeah, because you should have gotten a confirmation page.
Okay, I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. But thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. Vice Mayor, comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Mayor. As everyone has stated, our city is growing at a rapid increasing numbers. It's just blowing my mind. And it's sad that, we need to meet the needs of planning and zoning. It's just something that has to be done. The principal planner and also the vehicles, so we can make sure we get all those inspections done in a timely manner. And of course, I want to commend you on the bicycle master plan, Jose. And of course, like Councilmember Luna Carrasco had mentioned, doing it in-house is going to save so much money. So that is those are my comments. And you guys are doing an amazing job with the staffing and with the equipment that you have. So thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Jose Ponce, please, your comment.
Yes, I agree with Council Member Angelica Luna. Tocayo, good job, and keep up the good work, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ponce. Councilmember Torres, any comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Jose was GIS and the personal that you need.
Yeah, I
What?
had
What's the GIS?
That's the person that takes care of all the mapping of the city, like that creates all the maps, the location maps, the city limits maps, that keeps all the addresses in the system.
Oh, okay.
So the
Okay.
current GIS, what's he going to be doing?
There's some projects that we have currently that we want to move forward, but all the projects, the GIS do a lot of work for other departments. It's not only for planning and zoning. So there's some projects that we want to do that we just don't have the time for this.
Okay, so this will be to dedicate a full staff member to GIS and allow that other employee to focus on other projects that he can't get to for wearing three different hats. Okay, I want to make sure. I thought we were losing someone. So I'm like, okay, all right, cool.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay, that was my question. And Jose, let me tell you that, sometimes that I went to the city hall and see your office, the same like Eulogio, I always say that when your desks are full of our job, and I always say that you're doing very great job, especially with some small personal that you have, and having there a lot of complaints from the developers. You're very, very kind with you doing, and very, very professional. Thank you very much for your job and your stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. And let me reiterate, Jose, I'd like to thank you and personally, and thank your staff. You get a lot of the complaints. You work 24/7. You try to do your best. And the thing is, it's always never enough. And any way you look at it, with rapid growth, with everything going on, we need to make sure we follow the laws and the regulations and make sure, because what you do now is you're preventing things from occurring, negative things from occurring. So there's a reason why we have laws and regulations. There's a reason why we do certain things. We are no different than Yuma. We are no different in Somerton. There are restrictions there also. They should respect those also here. Okay, so thank you, Jose. You have, you heard you have the backing of council, my office. And thank you for the great job and the great work you guys do. Thank you. And thank you for keeping it short.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention that
Thank you.
I also support the third phase of the adjustments for the record.
So noted, Jose. So noted. Thank you. Who's our next presentator?
That would be the court, and that is staff number 21.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and colleagues. Thank you for allowing me to
morning.
present and be part of the city.
Judge,
Yes.
1 second, please.
Oh. May I proceed? Yes? Okay, thank you. Again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I feel very blessed to be part of the city. I love my job, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity you have given me since day one. My goal has been to better the court system, and in order to do that effectively, we all have to work hard. I have a great court staff, support from council and from all the directors of the city. My request is a mandate from the Arizona Supreme Court, which is, it's an administrative order that requires all courts in Arizona to have some sort of security. Depending of the caseload that each court has, we are mandated to either have a part-time or full-time security officer. And for the case of the San Luis Municipal Court, we are a full-time court, and our cases are high, and therefore, being in court on a daily basis, we are required to have a full-time security officer. And as I mentioned, this is a court order from the Arizona Supreme Court, and it's an order that was issued 3 years ago, and that order requires our courts to increase the security system and in 3 phases. And as I mentioned, it's a necessity, not a luxury. In my experience for the past 2 years since I've been in the courthouse, we've had several incidents. At least 7 have had resulted in police reports, police action having to be called for assistance to the courthouse. I know I've had numerous calls with the chief regarding these incidents. Other incidents involved disgruntled parties, defendants, and other members of the public. And the court also had a court assessment on March of 2019, which indicates that we need to increase our security measures. And that's mainly because of the building that we have. It's an old building, and it's just the setup of the court that requires the court to increase our security measures. The order was issued in 2017, and it's order 2017-15. And I do have it available along with the police reports if you need to see. But it outlines in this slide the 3 phases and the requirement for a court security officer. We fall under category 1 because we process court on a daily basis. Currently, all the courts in Yuma County have some sort of security, with exception of San Luis and Somerton Municipal Court. If the court were to be granted a security officer, the salary range would be approximately $16.11 per hour. If it's a part-time, which, it would be around $18,000, and then full-time, $28,000 a year, which, I mean, I know in the big scheme, it seems like a lot, but we can put a prize on safety for our court staff and our community and people that go before the court. The court did request the grant to be able to comply with the other court security standards that we need. And it does show in the document that Arizona Supreme Court did receive the grant that I submitted, requesting additional funds for security system. We don't have a security system, and also for proxy cards. And so we're waiting to hear. I'm very confident that we can get that. And this is something that I plan to do on a yearly basis to apply for grants. As far as the security officer, we currently have Josue, who's our bailiff, but he also does functions as a security officer, but he's not there all the time. He's in court with me all the time. Sometimes we seek the assistance for San Luis Police Department also to be able to transport our prisoners. San Luis Police Department helps out, and that is a big task, having to go to the jail, transfer the inmate and stay the whole time for the hearing. And sometimes it's a hearing that lasts all day long. And so that is taken away from our citizens and our community. Now, as far as the court and what we've done, I want to thank risk management, Tadeo, and facilities, and definitely Monica for all the assistance. And we've made a lot of improvements to the court. And I'm going to show you some pictures. And this is what the court looked like when I arrived. It's been a lot of hard work, and like I said, the court wouldn't be able to have done this without court staff and some of the directors.
In IT, I'm sorry, IT has been fundamental. I know, Axel's giving me the dirty eye. This is what the court looks like now. Of course, we're not perfect, but, you know, it's safe. We find stuff, And I'm afraid to show my desk after the comment that Councilmember Torres said about not having papers on the desk.
I concur. If you can see my desk now, it would not look good. So good job.
Well, that's the news. The updates are, we have a court interpreter who has passed Tier 1 of 4, which means he's on the right track of being accredited by the Arizona Supreme Court. We've had 7 Arizona at Work interns in the past year. They've definitely been fundamental. HR has been great with that. We're in compliance with all of the state and Arizona Supreme Court mandates. We've passed all the requirements so far. OSHA, we passed, with minor things that we're doing, but nothing major. Again, thank you, Maria, and facilities. And now we have ADOT, thanks also the assistance with Adele, ADOT filing in our courts. For some reason, Arizona Department of Transportation was not filing in our court, and that's pretty much it. I think we are on the right track. I think the city of San Luis has great directors, and we all work well together. I've had the privilege of working with each and every one of them, and I think we all have the same goal, the same, we see the bigger picture in that is the benefit of the community, and we want our city to be successful. And I'm very grateful to the directors, and I feel very blessed to have this job, and I thank you, and I do support the races for the directors. Any questions?
Let me start out first and foremost. When you say thank you for giving you this job, you earned it. You really you did it yourself. I was involved in the panel when we interviewed you, and it was a no-brainer. Judge, you earned it. With everything that you've gone through and done, you're a perfect match for our city. You have a big heart, and you believe in doing the right thing, and I commend you for the changes you've made. And pictures speak louder than any word or anything we can do. So those pictures really that tells you what has happened over time in our court system, and I thank you for that. You have brought prestige to our court system, and I commend you. I wish we could tell you you're going to get a new multi-million-dollar facility with all the amenities. I wish we were that community. We're not there yet, but we will in the future. We have to provide you with security. That is a mandate. It's not something we can debate. So Tadeo, council, and financing, it's a mandate. It's something we have to do. So, Judge, thank you for reminding us, and it's been 3 years now, I believe, so we have to obey by that mandate. So that is a must, and thank you for stating you're supporting for the employees. I think it's very important. We hear it from the section heads. So great job. Gracias for everything you do, and keep doing what you're doing. Gracias. I will now open the floor.
Thank you.
Mayor, real quick, I just want to comment that my first email to the judge was the OSHA report with all that mess for, there's no other word for it.
My first day.
That was her first email from me when she arrived, and she would come on weekends, wearing jeans and helping out her staff to clean that out, and she did it fairly quickly. So I just want to thank her and her staff for putting the records and taking out the trash. That it was just, as you can, those pictures
Like
don't show everything, but yeah, it was really bad. But now hopefully they passed the OSHA test, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe with minor corrections.
all I could say is that, Tadeo, all I could say is that we were very right in selecting you for judge, okay? So we were
Thank you.
very right, and we were very grateful for you accepting the position, and we're very grateful you worked for us. So working together, we're making a difference, and on behalf of myself and behalf of council, I'm pretty sure you're going to hear it from council members right now, but I thank you for the hard work you've done, and keep up the good work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and open the floor to Councilmember Matias Rosales. Comments, questions, or concerns?
No, just keep up the great work as well, and hopefully we get some more stuff done at the courthouse to make that a little bit more safer and modern for what you need for you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matias. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco, comments, questions, or concerns?
No, Mayor, just to agree with the comments you made that the judge is a great asset to the community. She is doing great in her efforts to taking the court to the next level, and as the pictures show, she started off on the right foot. So thank you for that. Again, what you mentioned, that security is a must. I agree with that. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Africa Carrasco. We're going to go ahead with Vice Mayor. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, thank you, Judge, for everything you have done. All the improvements that you've done to the court system. I just had a question in regards to the Amberley's PACE advocate. Has that situation improved?
Yes, for sure. Thank you for helping with that. We have a stronger presence from Amberley's, and yes, I know you and Tadeo were involved, and I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And as far as that
Thank you, Vice-
full-time security officer, that's a no-brainer. That's just something that has to be done. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Excellent words. Councilmember Ponce, Jose Ponce, comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to thank Josh, for her outstanding job. And let me emphasize what I said yesterday. My priorities, I have nothing in particular, not one street or one traffic light. Something. My priorities, are the whole community. And like I mentioned it to the judge one time, that my vision is to someday to have upgrade her place. To a more decent, a more professional place. A more comfortable to work with. And then not only the judge, also the building next to her, Mr. De La Vara. So hopefully we can do that sometime in the future. Thank you, Josh. Outstanding job.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. I'm sorry, Mr. Ponce.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ponce. Councilmember Gloria Torres, comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, there was quite a change, Judge, your office. And I really appreciate what you do, and I support your request 100%. And I would tell you at the same time, the last time that I told you, I will not let you go. You should consider not to let us leave us for quite a while. And thank you for your hard work that you're doing, Judge. Really, it's amazing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur with that, Councilmember Torres. So good job, Judge. I really thank you for the great job you're doing, okay?
Thank you. And I just want to add for Sonia, the court does have an extra car in case you don't get your car. I'm not suggesting you don't get it, but we have an extra car. It's not an I-turner, but it's reliable.
It's a done deal. It's probably 10 years old. It's good. Hey, as long as the AC works.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yes, you can. Thank you so much. Gracias. According to the schedule, we were supposed to go to lunch at this point in time. ¿Qué piensas? I mean, we are early. Do we have the office of the attorney, Kay, available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can we go ahead and go do yours right now? If we, I mean, it's only 11:48 right now.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to, so let's do that. Is the Office of City Prosecutor here also?
I'm covering for him.
Kay is gonna do prosecutor and city attorneys. Attorney is tab number
Okay.
10, and then prosecutor is tab number 11.
Okay, if council does not have any objections, I'm gonna go ahead and go with the Office of Attorney. No objections? Good? This will be fine. See, todos good to go?
I'm fine.
Perfect, perfect. Ponce, thumbs up? See?
Yes?
Okay, good, good. Gloria?
Yeah. One question, Mayor.
Sí, go ahead.
Why, I mean, it's not the prosecutor, I mean, himself here?
That's a good question. That's something we can ask Kay when we talk about the prosecutor.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate, thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Originally,
Hey,
it
Kay,
would-
you're up.
originally, to answer your question, it was to save money for the trip to Talking Stick, and now it's to keep the number of people down in this room, because the more people that are here, the more, we're here for a long time, so if there is COVID in this room, it's just building up all the time. Anyway.
For point of clarification, we are essential workers. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
when you're an essential worker, you have to get, unfortunately, you're put in a position where you have to be sometimes exposed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you do not wish to be an essential worker, please make it note. I know where everyone has fears and no one is being forced to be there, but I just want to make sure that you are, the section heads and directors are essential workers. We cannot work, the city cannot work with essential workers present. So unfortunately, some of us don't have that option. Okay, so thank you.
Yes,
okay,
Mayor,
proceed.
I didn't mean to come across that way. I just meant that we needed to keep the numbers down in this room, just because of the way viruses work. Not that I'm complaining
okay.
that I'm an essential worker or anything like that. And
Okay, well, I want to make sure that
you have,
every section head is aware of that.
you
Okay?
have provided, there's bleach over here to disinfect the podium, there's masks, so there is precautions taken to protect us.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor
Proceed.
and Council, I just want to express that you have an impressive management team. I think I concur with the judge that it's a privilege to work for council and for the management. I think they've presented an interesting budget this year for you to consider. As far as my office, me, Glenn, and Janet, I made my request back in February, and the orders came out in March. And so everything has changed. As far as my requests, I'll be renegotiating with Monica. The cost of travel for training went up, and so that was my request. But now I think this might be a new normal where there just won't be as many trainings that require travel. So I think COVID-19 will take care of that one. And the other one, I had requested, like I do every year, contingency for litigation. But what I took away from Monica's presentation is that she is planning for contingencies for COVID, And I think that there's been a lot of evolving issues with COVID-19. And so so my department may need that contingency. There's just a lot of unexpected areas of law that are coming up with this. But I caution that contingency money, as we've noticed, IT, it needs to be beefed up if this is going to last a long time. Perhaps facilities will need to work on the air systems. Those are the kind of contingencies that may come up. And then for the census, if this continues, Tadeo may need money for the census to come up with creative ideas to reach out to the community when we can't reach out one by one. So I caution that perhaps I'll need contingencies that it might be zapped by other things that come up. And then the other thing I just wanted, not to do with my department, but we can't leave sight of Port of Entry 1 coming in and the need for roads and traffic control. So that one's moving along. The prosecutor, his office has been affected by COVID. He is the police department's enforcement arm. Sylvia did get her degree after the last year's presentation. She does all the legal documents. She does the long-form complaint. She does the motions. She interviews witnesses. She requests investigation. She's able to analyze the police reports and analyze whether there's sufficient information to go forward. She has goals for this year to create a program to collect restitution for the damages that criminals inflict on their victims. It's called restitution. And she wants to implement a restitution collection program. She's been promoted to paralegal on March 1st, and I'll be doing a cleanup resolution for any changes in the classified service later this year. Another goal of that department is for Jose to do more police advisory services and training for the police. And they looked at their budget this year and they saved money in contract services and training. And they actually have enough money in this fiscal year to pay for a part-time legal secretary for a year. Normally, Sylvia puts in a lot of overtime, and she has to close the office when she does the errands for the office, going to the post office, picking up the PD documents, picking up documents from City Hall. All the prosecutors for the different cities help each other if they have conflicts. So sometimes she has to go to Somerton and Yuma to file complaints and whatnot. So every time she leaves, she has to close the office. The impacts of COVID-19 is that there have been orders that have allowed, excuse me, allow the tickets to be filed 45 days instead of 30. And so what's going to happen to their office is that, so that order came in March and it expires in April, on April 30th. So what will happen is they'll have new files coming into them from May and June but they'll still have the lag by the time they get to their office from April and March. So they'll have 4 months of tickets to process in 2 months. And then there's also trial delays. So back on April 8th, they've already been booked for May. May is totally booked as of April 8th. And they still hadn't scheduled the settlement hearings, what they call pre-trials, where they try to settle the cases. So they're just going to be extremely, it's going to be very crazy for them. They really need a part-time secretary to help them through that, and just as a regular thing, to keep the office open. And legal secretaries across the nation have been considered essential workers, and prosecutors' offices have not closed across the country. Crime never takes a break, and so this particular position is crucial for that office to keep going and to provide a good service. That particular position could handle the phones, the data entry, the greeting the public, and the records management, and also do the errands so that Sylvia could keep the office open. And just from my personal experience, when I was a prosecutor, prosecution work is very staff intensive, and I had a lot more than 2 staff members working when I was doing that work. So I think I couldn't have done my work without that team behind me. So I think they've been doing a good job with just the 2 of them. But the way things are going, they really need that part-time position, and they actually have the money that they've saved in this fiscal year.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Are you open to questions? Okay, are you open to questions?
Yes, of course. I thought you were asking them to.
No, I'm asking, no, thank you. And they saved money for this position, so, the thing is they had to justify the workload. The workload is already there, and I think they've done a great job in doing what they do, and the key thing is, we need to continue to make sure that he has the support he needs, and I agree that if they do need help, I think the prosecutor's office should not be closing if for running errands and stuff like that. So if we can provide him with an assistant or someone clerical, I think it would be good. Would that go through HR, or can we add someone to his staff? How would that work, Kay?
We've started the process through HR and here, but we also wanted to put it into the budget process for next year so that it's a permanent thing.
Perfect. Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to open up to questions. I'm going to go individually. Those were your 2 presentations, Kay?
Yes, that's it for me.
Perfect. Councilmember Matias, questions, concerns?
No, none, sir. Good.
Thank you. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco, comments, questions, or concerns?
No, nothing. Thank you, Kay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, questions, concerns?
Yes, Mayor, thank you, Kay, for the presentation. And since you said that they have saved up the money for this position, I think it's a good deal. I think it's time to do it. As far as the HR process, that's good. So that way it could be a permanent position there at the courthouse.
Vice Mayor, Amberley's Place, I believe, does have a presence in the court, but the prosecutor is still doing all the victim advocacy. When they call Amberley's Place, they say they need to come the next day, And that's too late for a lot of victims. So that's another thing that if Sylvia gets this position, she wants to reach out to Amberleys and try and get a better coordination with them so that the victims are better supported.
Well, thank you for clearing that up on the prosecutor side, Kay. Yes, that's definitely going to need to be addressed. As San Luis, we always fighting for our victims that are going through domestic violence, and we need to make sure we can't let this be slipping through the cracks.
Right.
San Luis gives a significant amount of money, so this really needs to be corrected, or we need to do something about it. Thank you, Kay.
Councilmember, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jose Ponce, questions or concerns?
Yes, Mayor. And then, thank you, Kay. But before anything else, I want to apologize if I want to cause any friction, any problem with my comments that I'm going to make. First of all, when I asked for the prosecutor not to be participating, I didn't mean to. I mean, for him to be there in the council chambers, he could have been. Participating in some other place like Ross. I mean, he's his home. Actually, there's another empty room right here next to me. He could have. They could have asked him. He could have participated this way. Mayor, I'd like to inquire more about what happened, if you don't mind. I mean, not right now, but I mean, if you know. Because he's an essential person, like the rest of the guys are there in the council chambers. So I will ask you to check on it, please. Thank you.
I will check, and I will ask for a formal explanation. I will. Thank you, Councilmember.
Yes, so I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
I will make sure. I will make sure like that. Okay. So okay, Councilmember Jose Ponce, and I concur. So it's very important. We didn't go to Stocking Six. There's a reason why we go there, because there's always a reason for people not to show up. This is perfect example. Okay. There's a reason why we've done it every year, and the thing is, it never fails. Anytime I've learned this, the first year I became council, and there's always a reason for not showing up. I know COVID is a big reason. It's a big reason, but we're essential workers, and I commend all section heads were available. But the thing is, it's still, we can't force anyone. I understand that. So thank you, Jose, and we'll get a response. Okay, Jose.
Thank you. I'd like to find out who made the decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Ponce, it was more my decision to keep the numbers lower in the chambers than his. Although I did ask him several times if he wanted to come in, he said, well, I've tried a couple of times. I think maybe it's time for a new face on my on my quest for this position. So he actually wanted me to be the presenter, and he put that in an email yesterday and an earlier time. So it was more of my decision to try and keep the numbers down in chambers.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Yes, Kate, thank you for clearing that up.
Councilmember Torres, any comments, questions, or concerns?
No, Mayor, just thank you, Kate, for all you done, and that explanation that you give of having less people in the chamber. It's a good idea, because some of the workers has deficiencias médicas, so that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria, and so noted. Thank you, Kay, for what you did. So, no, that's it. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate the very thorough and to the point kind of conversation, and thank you presentation. So, at this point in time, it is lunchtime, I believe. It is 12 o'clock. Tadeo?
Yes,
Okay, so lunchtime is going to be an hour?
that is correct.
Okay, so we're going to meet here at 1:08, if there's any objections.
No, we leave and open the computer.
Just make sure the microphone is off, and yes, leave it open, please. Leave it open.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your lunch. I believe they're going to take you lunch. Someone's going to be
Thank you, Francia.
Que thank you, dice.
Sonia, so do I control the screen or you?
I have asked Jose also to be incorporated in the team con Francia y todo, porque I know Francia was, she's only limited to lo que podía hacer, so I've asked Jose to help us also. So, gracias, Jose, también.
José, tú.
Gracias, Tocayo.
There we go. Okay, we're ready? Tadeo?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hombre, no le está hablando. Chicos, nomás para decirles que tengo mi confirmación del censo, yo también, ¿eh?
Ah, there we go. Gracias, Gloria. Very good. Ande, pues.
Can you guys hear me?
Matías, I haven't seen the confirmation yet. Yeah?
Mayor,
I
¿me
posted
oye?
mine on Facebook like a month ago if you guys didn't see it.
me oye?
First one, so, you know, I got visual proof. Online media.
Can you guys hear me now?
We're ready to go.
Can you hear me?
See, we can hear you.
Okay, so we're ready.
Mayor, may I make a comment before Jenny starts her PowerPoint?
Sí, por favor. Go right ahead.
I want to apologize. I was commenting on the budget numbers, and I didn't notice that there was a third page to it. And when I got to it, I'm like, oh my goodness, there's more millions. So I just wanted to make note that I didn't see the third page
Okay. Sí.
on the capital projects. I'm so sorry. It must have got stuck to page 2.
Okay. No te preocupes. I figured something like that.
Yeah, a big boo-boo there, but I'm only human, so I make mistakes, but I'm manning up to it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed. Jenny, por favor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I tend to speak a lot, so I'm going to try to shorten up my presentation as much as I can. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail as I wanted to, but hopefully I'll be able to just point out, the most important things on this presentation. So the first one, it was just more just letting you know that we had a very positive outlook. The economy looked really good. Our residential, obviously, we had positive residential growth, population as well. So, and when it comes to the transaction privilege tax, that was another positive as well. I did broke down the sales tax without construction because it does impact the overall sales tax revenue. We have rentals, utilities, restaurants, and other uses. So I wanted to kind of point that out as well. Let me go back. As you know, a lot of our, I think Monica already alluded to that, a lot of our sales tax is dependent on the Mexican shopper. We had immigration issues with the asylum seekers. Our border crossing was already, we were making a lot more longer lines, so people weren't getting across. The peso was weakening, the online sales, and now with COVID-19, we knew that this was going to be a very difficult year. So with that, this is the retail sales tax growth. So I think I wanted to point out that even though our sales tax looked really good, our retail was not very good. What I did is I took a look at, for example, the downtown, the food industry. We had between a 2 to a 24% growth in terms of sales tax for the food industry. What does that mean? Is that the retailers, whenever they want to come to the city of San Luis and establish a business, they looked at the downtown just because that's where the foot traffic is when 8 million people are coming in and out of our community. In the shopping center by Walmart, we did had a decrease between a 4% to a 25% in the food industry. We're hoping that the hotel would be a project that will entice other
businesses to come in. However, I do understand from the meetings that we're having is that the hotel industry right now, just like every other industry, is hurting. They're having 80% vacancies, and a lot of the projects that were coming in are put on hold. So we know that that's an area that we're going to have to focus on. The monthly border crossing, as you could imagine, even with the immigration, we knew that the numbers were coming down, were decreasing, and so we were kind of keeping track of that. In terms of the annual border crossing statistics, I apologize for my last row. My source did not have the 2019, so I had to do a lot more research to get that information. But as you can see, in terms of vehicles, we were projecting a 12% decrease. We had a 13% decrease. That's 8 million people, so that's definitely an impact. In terms of pedestrians, we only had a 0.3% increase, which is very different than previous years where at one point we were having a 5% increase. The good positive news from this is that our trucks, they did had a 31% increase, which has to do with a lot of the promotion and the lobbying that has been done to try to get trucks to cross much faster, so that was a positive. I'm not going to go too much into this gross domestic product and the next one, the job growth, but what I did wanted to point out in these two slides is that a lot of the growth, which is about 70%, is being allotted for Maricopa County. So that's where the growth is going. In terms of jobs, 84% is going into Maricopa County. What is Yuma County getting? About 1% growth. And what does that mean is that a lot of the funding that's going to come in is going to go to the areas where most of the growth is going. So in terms of infrastructure, education, share tax revenue, are all funneling into the greater Phoenix area.
Jeez.
When it comes to economic stability, we're definitely unique. Not just because we're rural, but because we are along the border, and that brings some unique challenges. So what are we going to do for economic stability? Well, in terms of industry investment, I think we're heading in the right direction. We're working on our natural gas project. We're also working on a rail study with YMPO, and we're trying to get broadband to the east part of town. We're looking at working either with ACA or EDA, that's Arizona Commerce Authority, or the Economic Development Administration. I also wanted to point out the incentive policy. We have it in place. It's important that we allocate funding for that, because in terms of industrial development, I think we're the closest to having shovel-ready land throughout Yuma County. So if there's opportunities, we definitely have them. In terms of commercial investment, as you can imagine, during this time, it has been very difficult, and we need a better communication with especially our small businesses. We really need to focus in business retention, especially because a lot of our businesses are really hurting right now. We need to provide a lot more training, because the PPA program that came out, within 2 weeks, those monies were already expended. And what happened to small businesses is that they have never worked with the SBA program, so they have never gone through that application process. Even our banks, most of our banks were not part of the SBA approved list, so they had to go through that process. I understand that there is another round that could potentially come. And so what we're doing is we're partnering with the Arizona Chamber of Commerce. What they're doing is they're doing trainings and webinars to actually go through the process of the application step by step. And I think that hand-holding is what our businesses want. I think Congress and senators understand that fact, that there was a lot of businesses that were not able to take advantage of that specific program. In terms of the redevelopment, again, from the opportunity that I showed you in the last slide, is that we need a lot more commercial land, and we need to really focus in our downtown. City of Yuma and Somerton has their redevelopment plan well. They understand what they wanted, and I think that's the direction that I want to continue to pursue. I'm not asking for the full development, for the full funding. I'm asking for us to kind of get started. I really want to focus in having a design that is business friendly, but also that we get people to the downtown, establishing policies where we can kind of encourage some of the business owners. As you know, many are not from this area, and kind of encouraging them to do more improvements in their facilities. And having a type of entertainment district, having some restaurants, potentially bars, something that will recruit more people to being in the downtown, potentially having maybe a housing project with, the bottom portion being a commercial. And what that does, the redevelopment plan, it opens up the doors to grant opportunities like the the revolving loan plans, some infrastructure funds. So I really want to try to push for that project, because we realize now that helping some of the businesses and having that connection is very important. Industry is always important because it creates a lot of jobs, but it really shows that the small businesses are the ones that are really need assistance. In terms of infrastructure investment, I'll start with the CDBG. We've been very successful in the past 6 years of doing at least 2 projects per year. Right now, we're finishing up our Rancho Los Oros Phase 1. Will be completed in June, and we're hoping to submit an application for May to kind of complete that project. We might have to go to a Phase 3 depending on how much work we can do. And then for May of 2022, we want to try to focus on Mesa Street design and focus on submitting an application for that area. Now, this is not very good news. For the bill grant, Eulogio talked about it yesterday, and the 75,000 per acre value that he provided was incorrect. I almost ran back and told him that the actual appraised value that the State Land Department provided was for 16 acres. It was about a $5 million value. So that's $330,000 per acre. So what I'm thinking is that they took a look at what the cost of the land was for the GFIT that was sold there on Cesar Chavez, the land cost for the Chevron gas station, and then the appraisal that was done for the hotel project. So there are different ways we can manage that. One is we are planning to go back to the state to have a discussion with them. I talked to ADOT about some different strategies we can use. ADOT has already informed me that, if that's the appraised value, that's the appraised value. What we're trying to do is convince them that, one, for example, if we don't purchase the land now and a developer comes in and purchases, they have to provide us that right away. They have to dedicate that right away at no cost to us. If we decide to move forward and purchase that land, that means that the state land costs, we are providing value to the land, because now you have a 4-way road project. So what I was going to suggest is to try to get some type of credit back, because we are making their land more valuable. Therefore, what I discussed with Eulogio, that the only way that we can move forward with this project is, one, potentially focus on 4th Avenue, because that's the land that is ready. We have the design done and is ready to go into construction. And then do a phasing project with the State Land Department for like about 10 years. And so that we can kind of complete the process with the State Land Department, apply for the build grant, and let's say that the entire project costs $35 million. And let's say that the build grant provides us with $25 million. We still have to get the $10 million one way. So maybe use that money to pay for the right-of-way and be able to complete the process. Mayor, I talked to Glenn about, has there been any other communities that have done something, to try to offset that issue with the state land? And he has told me that there's been other communities that have tried to put bills at the state level to try to change that, and they have been unsuccessful. So that is something that we're going to have to discuss as council and staff and determine exactly what we need to do. We did provide $350,000. That's funding that's already at the state level to pay for the process and then to pay for the cost. I think that the appraisal for the Gaston School District land was done based on that is residential land, so that's why it cost $29,000 per acre. And as I mentioned to you, the cost of commercial land is very expensive in San Luis, and therefore that's why I keep pushing for the redevelopment plan to try to get more land to be for commercial, because we're very limited when it comes to commercial land. What I wanted to point out very briefly is I ended up attending a webinar where they talked about the economic development and the coronavirus and what the impacts have been. This is a chief economist that kind of went through the process of, what would happen if COVID lasted 3 months through May. The second scenario was COVID lasting 6 months through August, and COVID lasting 3 months, but included shelter in place and temporary shutdown. So this economist kind of went through the process when it came to unemployment, the impacts, and everything else. And what she said is that we enter the crisis with a strong economy. She says the crisis will end, and leadership is really needed. She stated that the economic outlook is sharp and short, not sustained, which is, I believe, Monica mentioned in her presentation. That regional issues will vary depending on the spread, and that we needed to be prepared to recover. And she recommended a few items for the economic development staff throughout the nation. One was become the clearinghouse for resources offered by the CARES Act, which we have done through the Greater Yuma Economic Resource Portal. Continue to invest in site readiness and infrastructure, which is what we've been doing for a couple of years already and continuing to do. Take steps to understand the post-COVID-19 supply changes. So for example, if there was a company that was doing a specific product and now they're doing mass because of the situation, to kind of evaluate that. Increase, she really emphasized on this one, increase focus on business retention. The next one was support our workforce, which we're definitely going to need to. And then assist the unemployed, which obviously is one of our biggest tasks. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I put in a few quotes. Forget all the reasons why it won't work and believe in the reason why it will. Crisis provides opportunities for those that are prepared, and the road to recovery is to stimulate small business and innovation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, where do we start? First one, the state just basically made Cesar Chavez expansion impossible for the city of San Luis. Period. There's actually no way we can afford something like that, and I will start lobbying and basically thanking the state for making this not possible for the city of San Luis. What they just done is basically limit our growth in that aspect, and that there's absolutely no way we can pay $35 million for that. And that's the state for you. When they talk about rural areas and trying to be proactive in regards to rural area, this is a perfect example how the state does not cooperate with small communities. Let me re-emphasize that. The state does not cooperate with rural areas when you have something like this. You can try to move around numbers. You can try to do whatever. We've been on this for more than 10 years. 10 years trying to work with this. And the thing is, all it takes is for something like that, $400,000, really? That's spending everything we have, basically, all major improvements, all major projects, and focus on Cesar Chavez. So
Jenny, did you say 300,000 for all the acres or per acre?
330,000 per acre.
Per acre.
Per acre.
Right away acre that's not going to be developed for building.
No, it's for right away. It was
per acre.
Yeah, it's 16 acre it was $5 million.
Like I said.
Question there. Did you guys get a copy of that appraisal report?
No, they won't release it until the process is complete. What I did ask is for the appraised value on the property so that I could come back to council and provide you guys an estimate of how much more money we needed to complete the acquisition. And that's the information that we were provided.
I think someone forgot to move a period over me, and even undeveloped or for the park. What are we paying for the parkland over there? 30 an acre, 40 an acre? Developers are paying 30,000 an acre for their land over there on the east side of town. The
29,000.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what we
they're trying
were.
to use 24/7, which is a commercial building that's going to be built that was over an acre, but for business, I mean, that's different than the right-of-way purchase.
That's what that's what we
I
were
wish-
hoping. Sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
I wish we were in Maricopa. I could see the land costing in Glendale, Maricopa, in that area, but not the city of San Luis. And the thing is, I don't think no, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll take care of this.
Yeah, we're going to have to argue this a whole different way now.
Oh yeah, trust me. It's they want to challenge, but we're going to challenge this somehow, some way. Oh, and the other thing is recovery. It's business retention. Business retention. Not only is it more difficult for us because we're a border town and we depend on the number of pedestrians to cross over. And the thing is, it's our job is 3 times harder than many other communities that are not dependent on border entries. The city of Douglas, the city of Nogales, and us, we're hurting. And I sure hope the governor is aware of that. I know he has issues. I know Maricopa is probably the highest, it's where most of the jobs are being created. I understand that. But what about rural Arizona? How about rural? The thing is, what crosses our ports goes directly to Maricopa, to Phoenix, to provide those jobs. And the thing is, the governor has work to do here. And we want to make sure that he knows that also. This is rural Arizona, and for someone to think that it's easier, and also unemployment. How about those 11,000 individuals who are in line right now, applying for unemployment benefits? Why is it that the only DES office in the whole state of Arizona happens to be open only in the city of San Luis? And so little issues like that. Our employment, our unemployment rate, when people say 5, 6, 8, 9%, we're looking 39% unemployment. Really high numbers. And so it's really, it's an eye opener. And I figured this was happening, and I figured this is coming down the pipeline. So thank you for the report, Jenny. I appreciate, and the thing is, we need those numbers. We need to show those numbers. And we definitely need to work on Main Street, and that's another reason why Can you imagine the property tax on a piece of land that's worth 400 or 330,000? I think that would change real quick if we had a property tax. But that's a different story. It didn't pass. So enough said. Enough said. I'm going to go ahead and open the floor to council members. Councilmember Matias, I know you had some thoughts.
I already said my thoughts, so we're gonna have to figure out how to get this done. And I agree with Jenny. Just continue on we do have the right of way on Fourth and Cesar Chavez, and then we're gonna have to lobby with our senators and representatives to see what they could do regarding the state trust situation there. So we'll have to work at it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know.
For what you've done, and in regards to the budget, I see some items there for the grant and all that stuff. So thank you, guys. That's all I have for that.
Thank you, Matias. Thank you, Matias. It just tells us that we're going to have to work harder. I mean, it's not that we're not working. We've been working hard. I mean, sheesh. But it's okay. Councilmember Africa Lula Carrasco, comments, questions, or concerns, please?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Jenny, for the report. Just wanted to let you know that I'm very supportive of all the infrastructure improvements, and also to thank you for your determination for not giving up on the downtown redevelopment. I think we share the same vision when it comes to the downtown area, so thank you for that. And like the mayor said, we just got to keep working harder. Not that we haven't been, or that you have not been working, but we have to continue with our endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, for your comments. Let's see here. Vice Mayor, questions, concerns, comments?
Thank you, Jenny, for that presentation. You sounded a little winded. I hope you're feeling okay. Hopefully you can go and get some rest now. But thank you for the presentation. It's just, sad to hear all the $330,000. That's just unbelievable. But as the mayor says, we'll just keep on pushing and keep on knocking on doors. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jose Ponce, comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for all your efforts, towards our city. You're doing great. And take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Gloria Torres, Councilmember, any comments, questions, or concerns?
Yes, I want to thank you, Jenny. I know that you work so hard, especially that I know that you work hard because your kids miss you every day. And I want to ask Matias, what happened is that's for commercial land. I saw a sign that you have on Cesar Chavez Street that you're selling commercial land. Is not hurting you in that particular, Matias?
Councilmember Matias, is the selling commercial land, how is that going? How's that market?
Well, economically, the commercial land, like Jenny mentioned, around town, it's priced high. That particular parcel that Councilmember Torres is talking about, that's off of Cesar Chavez next to the Super C, went off the market already. Again, we had a lot of people calling, not only real estate offices, but also Jenny's office in regards to that piece of land. But the prices that the private owners are giving the value is way out of proportion to what people are willing to pay to invest in the area. Like I said, the only one that they sell that's being developed that Guzman mentioned that the permit passed and issued was the gym, the 24/7 gym that will be built right there in Cesar Chavez. But again, that price point was at a reasonable price per acre, not $300,000 per acre. I mean, I believe they paid, I want to say it was $45,000 an acre for that 1.55 parcel. So that makes a big difference when you're trying to develop a property. Pricing has to be realistic, not at $300,000 an acre. So yeah, but that does hurt it.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. No, that's all my comment. Thank you very much, Jenny, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. Jenny, thank you once again. Well, food for thought, como dice la friend. Food for thought.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is Eulogio. I just want to add something to Jenny's presentation.
Please.
The other thing that's sort of unreasonable also that we are still haven't figured out what happened here. And I did a minor mistake, right, on the value yesterday. But either way, this is actually right away that nobody will really be able to develop anyways. So whoever purchases any of this land, it will still be granted to the city for the same purpose. So for anybody to think that the value, for land that will be given to the city, somebody's going to pay over $300,000 an acre, it's sort of, we can't figure that one out, but this is one more reason that I think the city needs to continue to pursue and figure out what happened and what's the big change from when Gadsden Elementary School District purchased their land and when we're looking at purchasing ours. So that was what I wanted to add.
That's a good conversation. Thank you, Mr. Vera. And let's council. Let's put our minds together and try to weigh, and let's get Luis involved, and let's use all our influences at this point in time from the state, and let's get some answers here, because right there and then they just unless the federal government is willing to give us $35 million, it's fair game, but it's not fair. It really is not fair. So I think once the port of entry starts its work, the emphasis is going to be much harder for the state to be justifying things like that. I think by doing this, I think we have a stronger argument to request federal funding for this land. So the battle's not over. I think we have a new challenge here, and so game on. That's what I say. We're going to make it happen. So thank you, Jenny. We knew things are not the best. We knew that the numbers of pedestrians crossing it was less. And the thing is, we need to focus on retention. We need to focus on how do we bring. We need to focus on a plan for Main Street now. Too many businesses have closed, and the time is now to look at a music district, or we really need to push for something to happen down Main Street, and let's make it happen. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Go home, rest. Go to your children.
I'm in the office. I've been hearing all the presentations. Thank you.
Okay, bye. No, thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. De veras, thank you. Who's next? Senior Services?
Senior Services, tab 19, and then Parks and Rec, tab 18 with Louis.
Okay, good. How are we in time? Are we ahead?
We are 45 minutes ahead of time.
Oh,
Okay,
then I
good.
can talk for 2 hours then.
No!
Just kidding. Mayor, if I may, if I can present all the 7 divisions for Parks and Rec, and so I've included the senior center in that presentation, if that's okay?
Please do. Proceed.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, yes, to Melissa.
Having the presentation up front on the screen works much better for me.
Yeah, they're working on it.
Pues sí, Matías, 330,000. Ahí te encargo.
Yeah.
Like if we're on beachfront property, they must messing their maps up or something. Whatever the appraiser was.
Imagine the property tax, just in case. Te imaginas, 330,000. Wow.
I wonder if they think it's San Luis Obispo, California.
I think so.
They entered the wrong zip codes.
Beachside property, no sé, maybe they know something we don't know. No sé, I really don't know.
Mayor, I have a question for Councilmember Rosales.
Por favor, ask, please.
Okay, so the right-of-way I think should have been appraised, even for Elugio. It should have been appraised as the highest and best use.
Right.
Not as a commercial building site, but the highest and best use will always be a street use. The right of way, right? So
Right.
can we argue that point?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we had a copy of the appraisal report, because we have to see how the appraiser did the report. If he did it as developable land is being able to be developed for commercial use, yes, we should be able to argue the point that this is not developed land that will be able to be developed. So it depends how he did his report or where he's getting his comps. Because if he has to use apples to apples, not apples to oranges. So if he's using the Chevron gas station sale for these little pieces of land that we're trying to buy off of Cesar Chavez, that's not apples to apples. Even the right of way that we did with the land for the hotel, I mean, that's a larger piece of land, but it's an actual developable, an acre that could be developed to a small parcel if it needed to be, not used just for right of way. So yeah, so that's why we need a copy of the appraisal report, and you should be able to dispute it, and we just have to be able to show the proof.
Got it.
So Ralph, we have some work. I think we're going to get Luis, we're going to get everyone involved. We're going to get everyone involved. I mean, if jeez.
We'll find out.
It's okay. We'll work on it. No pressure, guys. Ready, Louis?
Yes, Mayor. Well, it's an interesting time, that's for sure. First slide, we started off with our anniversary. We're going into the census, and then we had COVID-19. This is something that for our department is going to change the way we provide services. Parks and Rec has always been evolving into a variety of things, just the trends and programming. But this is going to be something different, at least for this coming year. It's going to change some of the things that we do for now, I hope. But we are an optimistic group, so we're hoping that better things are wait for us in the future. So, starting off, our park retention renovation projects. That's something that we continue to do, and it's something we look forward in doing and partnering. We have Walmart, we've worked with PEP, we've worked with different school districts in the neighborhoods, just trying to improve our existing park retention open spaces areas that are utilized by the community, and it's trying to develop those resources to continue that. And that will be something that has worked, and we hopefully that will continue to be successful. We've partnered with different schools for tree planting. Grants and sponsorships are going to be something that we look at because I think that's something that our department will benefit from. Reviewing the projects from this current year with the gym project. That's improved our safety, upgrade our gym facility. We have better insulation, energy efficiency, and that's something that we're always constantly searching for ideas and improvements for all our facilities. We continue to increase our amenities for our residents to participate in. Again, we included the batting cages this year, and that's something that we've seen an increase in. Of course, looking forward, these are different options and opportunities that we will have to look at and how those will be used in the near future. Our scoreboards have made our games more efficient in the sense of upgrading, again, what we have for the residents. I'm going to go kind of quick so we won't. We've tried to streamline our products and productivity with staff. in providing amenities and equipment that makes their job easier. To the senior center expansion project that I believe Jenny mentioned earlier, and so did finance, I believe. This will be an addition that I think will help in the future what we do with programming. With this social distancing, with the variety of activities and events, this will be something that we look to support that. Again, looking in the future. And please, if there's any questions, you can ask. Addition to that, we're looking at garden areas, front counter for accessibility is going to be important, who we have access in and out of that particular facility with the current situation and moving in the future, and also upgrading and making things a little nicer for our participants, our senior participants. This is the other one, the other big one. This is our 20-acre park. It's something that we're currently working on the design. I want to say this is planned. This is concept B. I believe Francia had forwarded you. We're on concept D of this plan, so it's been updated. It's been changed, but these are the amenities that we're looking at. At the top left corner, you see the police department, fire department having an acre each for future development. We think, we believe we're covering all the amenities that area or our residents we believe should have in their area as a park feature. We have a pond for irrigation, but also for fishing, ramadas, restrooms, amphitheater, the splash pad, playground area, basketball courts, outdoor venue for special events, volleyball court, etc. Just to give you a little bit of idea, we haven't got the final breakdowns because we are still currently working with the concept plan. But what you're looking at least in the one that you received in concept D, anywhere from $8 to $12 million to actually finish this park, depending again on the amenities and the level of ramadas and features we would be installing. Again, we know we're not going to get this done in the next year, but what we're working with J2, and in the future, I hope to bring this to council, where they'll give you a better breakdown of design and the phasing of this park. We're not too sure how many phases. It's all going to depend on the money. There's going to be, hopefully in the future, opportunities for sponsorships, partnerships to develop this land when purchased. It's a work in progress. And so we continue and hopefully have that in the next couple of weeks or next month to be able to present that to council to give a better idea of what we're looking at. We can talk about special events. That's something that, again, we're going to have to review. We're going to have to evolve as a program, as a department, and how we reach out, how our participation, our involvement with our residents, and what that's going to look like. working with the state and national Parks and Rec associations, and developing that plan to be able to present to administration and mayor and council for recommendations on your thoughts. And that's currently what we're working on, because we see this going a little bit longer than we thought. We want to bring culture. We had this partnership, we still do, and we're hoping in the future that it will continue. Of course, before we put this PowerPoint, when it was submitted, we had more special events, more ideas, and partnering up with PD, with fire. We're looking at our military appreciation, block parties, participating, partnering more with local businesses to provide these types of events. But again, that's something that we'll have to look at and discuss and provide recommendations to mayor and council. The mayor's binational bike ride, we wanted to point this out because it was something important that we wanted to develop in the future. Forefronted, the mega region is something important that I think we wanted to be more involved in with the marketing and promotion of different events, with walking, biking, running, and those types of special events, because they brought information, they provided information, and they brought people from out of the city in the area to San Luis. And so again, that's something that we'll have to revisit. The Parks Division. This really, our Parks Division is our backbone to what we do in the terms of they do setups, they do maintain our parks, equipment, our special events. They're everywhere, and this is a partnership that we work with every department in believe it or not, in various jobs and projects, from IT to the police department, even City Hall. We try to get involved. And one of the most important parts with parks, and we want to thank mayor and council, is that you provide us the equipment. And that is so important for the park staff, because right now, as you can see, we have about 67 acres of open spaces that we maintain.